Chapter 1. The Florida sun beat down with the relentless enthusiasm of a timeshare salesman who'd spotted a tourist wearing socks with sandals. Danny "Gumbo" Malone squinted against the glare reflecting off the Gulf, wondering if it was too early for rum. His watch said 10:17 a.m. In corporate America, that would be scandalous. In post-corporate, post-dignity private investigator Florida, it was practically afternoon tea. He reached for the bottle of Captain Morgan, the cheapest one they sold at Pelican Pete's discount liquor emporium, where the spirits are high and the prices aren't, and poured a generous splash into his coffee mug. The mug read "World's Best Executive," a parting gift from colleagues who'd celebrated his layoff with the enthusiasm of prisoners watching their warden get fired. To professional reinvention, he toasted the pelican perched on his deck railing. The bird regarded him with the same expression his former CEO had worn when Gumbo suggested they might want to avoid dumping industrial waste into protected wetlands. Judgment, disappointment, and a vague sense of moral superiority. His phone rang with the jarring default ringtone he'd never bothered to change. The caller ID read "Unknown," which in Florida could mean anything from Nigerian princes to the governor's office asking for campaign donations. "Gumbo Investigations," he answered, affecting a professional tone that fooled exactly no one. "Is this Danny Malone?" The woman's voice had the crisp, authoritative quality of someone who'd never been told their email could wait until morning. "Depends who's asking, and whether they're offering money or serving papers. My name is Eliza Mercer. I write for the Cedar Key Chronicle." Gumbo sat up straighter, splashing rum-infused coffee onto his third-best Hawaiian shirt. "The reporter? The one who exposed the mayor's offshore turtle smuggling operation? Baby sea turtles and tax evasion, yes." She didn't sound pleased by the recognition. "I need your help, Mr. Malone. Someone's trying to kill me." Gumbo's first thought was that the list of people who might want to kill an investigative reporter in Florida was probably longer than the menu at the Waffle House. His second thought was that his bank account contained exactly enough money to cover this month's dock fees and maybe a few more bottles of discount rum. "I charge by the hour, plus expenses," he said, trying to sound like he did this all the time and not like a man who'd received his pie license 6 weeks ago after completing an online course between Netflix binges. "I'll pay double your usual rate," Mercer replied without hesitation. "Triple, if you can figure out who's behind this before my deadline on Friday." "Triple?" Gumbo echoed, mentally calculating how many months of dock fees that might cover. "What's happening on Friday?" "I'm publishing an exposé that's going to make the turtle smuggling look like a petting zoo violation. I think someone wants to make sure it never sees print." The pelican on his railing took flight, as if sensing the conversation had taken a turn toward actual work. Gumbo watched it go with a twinge of envy. "Tell me what's been happening," he said, reaching for a notepad that had previously been used to rate various rum brands on a scale from acceptable to might actually be boat fuel. "It started with phone calls," Mercer explained. "Heavy breathing, silence, then they'd hang up." "Could be teenagers," Gumbo suggested, scribbling notes. "Or my ex-wife's lawyer." "Then there were the dead fish." Gumbo paused mid-scribble. "Dead fish. On my doorstep, every morning. First a mullet, then a grouper, then a red snapper arranged in a circle with its head facing my door." "Okay, that's specific." "Yesterday, I found my cat shaved." Gumbo blinked. "Shaved?" "Not completely. Just a patch on his back. They shaved him to look like a target." He set down his pen. "Miss Mercer." "Eliza. Eliza. I think you should call the police." She laughed, a short, bitter sound like a car failing to start. "The police? The same police department whose chief I'm investigating for taking bribes from a developer who's been dumping construction waste into the aquifer?" "Ah." Gumbo picked up his pen again. "So that's what the exposé is about." "It's just the tip of the iceberg," Eliza said. "I've uncovered a network of corruption that stretches from the police department to the county commissioner's office to the biggest resort development firm on the Gulf Coast. Sounds like you've been busy. I've been doing my job, Mr. Malone. Something this town desperately needs more of. The implication that he wasn't doing his job might have stung if Gumbo had developed any professional pride in the last 6 weeks. As it was, he was still surprised when people actually called the number on his business cards. "Where do we start?" he asked, surprising himself with the question. "Meet me at the Dockside Cafe in 30 minutes, Eliza said. "And Mr. Malone?" "Yes." "Come alone, and don't tell anyone where you're going." The line went dead before he could respond. Gumbo stared at his phone, then at his coffee mug, then at the half-empty bottle of rum. With a sigh, he capped the bottle and stood up. "Sorry, Captain," he told the rum. "Duty calls." The Dockside Cafe occupied a precarious position on stilts over the water, the kind of construction that made insurance adjusters wake up screaming in the night. Its weathered wooden deck had survived 4 hurricanes, 2 tropical storms, and countless drunken tourists attempting to feed the seagulls. Gumbo arrived 5 minutes early and claimed a table with a view of both the parking lot and the marina. Old habits from corporate security training died hard, even if he'd mostly used those skills to identify which executives were sneaking out early on Fridays. Eliza Mercer arrived precisely on time, navigating the uneven boards of the deck with the practiced ease of someone who'd conducted many interviews over many meals in this exact spot. She was younger than Gumbo had expected, maybe mid-30s, with sharp green eyes that cataloged everything they saw, and dark hair pulled back in a no-nonsense ponytail. She wore jeans, a white button-down shirt with the sleeves rolled up, and an expression that suggested patience was a limited resource. "You must be Gumbo," she said, sliding into the seat across from him. "You look exactly like I imagined." "Is that a compliment or an indictment?" he asked. "Neither. Just an observation." She nodded toward his shirt. The palm trees gave it away. "It's my professional attire," Gumbo said with dignity. "The flamingos are for court appearances." A waitress appeared, looking like she'd rather be anywhere else. "The usual, Eliza." "Thanks, Maggie." "And for you, sir?" The honorific was delivered with the enthusiasm of someone saying, "Tax audit." "Coffee black." "And whatever passes for breakfast here." "Everything passes for breakfast here," Maggie said. "It's all the same griddle." After she left, Eliza leaned forward. "I brought you something." She slid a manila envelope across the table. Gumbo opened it and found photographs. A dead fish arranged on a welcome mat, a cat with a disturbing circular patch shaved into its back, a car with slashed tires. "When did the tire slashing happen?" he asked. "Last night. Right in front of my apartment." "Have you filed police reports?" "With the police chief's brother-in-law." Eliza shook her head. "I told you, they're all connected. Chief Rutledge, County Commissioner Hanson, and Samuel Rourke of Gulfside Developments. They're bleeding this town dry, Mr. Malone." "Call me Gumbo," he said, studying the photos. "Everyone does. Even my mother, which was awkward at parent-teacher conferences." Maggie returned with coffee and what appeared to be eggs in some previous life. Gumbo waited until she was out of earshot before continuing. "So you're publishing this exposé on Friday, with or without figuring out who's threatening you?" "The Chronicle's going to print with or without me," Eliza said grimly. "My editor has the files. If anything happens to me—" "Nothing's going to happen to you," Gumbo interrupted. "I may be new to this pie gig, but I was head of security for Bay Point Consolidated for 12 years before they streamlined operations. What does a corporate security guy know about investigating death threats?" "You'd be surprised how many death threats the CEO of a company with 7 EPA violations gets," Gumbo said, taking a sip of coffee that could strip paint. "Besides, I have something none of your corrupt officials have." "What's that?" "Nothing left to lose." He grinned. "So, tell me about Samuel Rourke and this development company." What exactly are they dumping in the aquifer? For the first time, Eliza smiled. It transformed her face, softening the sharp edges and lighting up her eyes. How do you feel about visiting a construction site tonight? I feel like I should charge quadruple for anything involving trespassing or potential arrest, Gumbo replied. But something tells me I'm going to say yes anyway. Good instinct, Eliza said, pulling out a small notebook. You're going to need it. Outside, a pelican, possibly the same judgmental one from his deck, watched them through the window. In the distance, thunder rumbled, promising the afternoon rain that was as reliable as corrupt Florida politicians. Gumbo had a feeling his life was about to get considerably more complicated than rum in morning coffee. And for some reason, he was perfectly okay with that. Chapter 2. Gumbo stared at the business card in his hand, like it might spontaneously combust. Danny Gumbo Malone, private investigator, stared back at him, the fresh ink almost as black as his current financial prospects. The 3 digits of his hourly rate seemed laughably optimistic now that he was sitting across from Rufus Sterling in the man's obscenely opulent office. Triple your standard rate, Sterling repeated, examining his manicured fingernails with the casual disinterest of someone who had never worried about money a day in his life. Plus expenses, of course. Gumbo's internal calculator, a relic from his corporate days when he could make a spreadsheet sing, instantly tripled the number on his card and calculated how many months of boat payments, rum bottles, and air conditioning that figure would cover. And what exactly would I be doing to earn this princely sum? He asked, trying to sound like a man who routinely turned down lucrative offers rather than one whose last significant income had been a severance package that was dwindling faster than his self-respect. Sterling's teeth gleamed unnaturally white as he smiled. Not for the first time, Gumbo wondered if the man's dentist moonlighted at a piano key factory. I need you to find someone, Sterling said, sliding a photograph across his desk of polished Honduran mahogany that had probably left a small rainforest childless. Elias Devereux, my business partner. He's been missing for 3 days. Gumbo studied the photograph. Devereux was lean and aristocratic, with the weathered tan of a man who spent more time outdoors than his bank account suggested he needed to. His expression was haughty, like someone perpetually smelling something unpleasant. Why not go to the police? Gumbo asked, the question as automatic as reaching for coffee in the morning. Sterling's smile never flickered. I have. They're being inefficient. You know how these small-town departments are. Limited resources, limited vision. What Gumbo knew was that Rufus Sterling didn't do anything without calculating the angles more precisely than a pool shark with an engineering degree. If he was hiring private muscle instead of relying on public servants, there was a reason. 3 days isn't that long for an adult to go missing, Gumbo pointed out. Especially one with resources. Maybe he just needed a break from, he gestured vaguely at the office's ostentation, all this. Elias isn't the taking breaks type, Sterling replied, his voice hardening slightly. He missed 3 critical meetings and hasn't touched his accounts. His greenhouse, he's an orchid collector, hasn't been attended to. For Elias, that's like abandoning a child. Gumbo nodded, pretending this information meant something to him beyond confirming that rich people had weird hobbies. Any suspects? Anyone who might want to harm Mr. Devereux? We're developers, Mr. Malone. We don't win popularity contests. But nothing specific comes to mind. Sterling leaned forward. Find him. Quickly and discreetly. The triple rate stands for 2 weeks. After that, we renegotiate. It wasn't quite a threat, but the implication that the golden faucet could be turned off hung in the air between them. Gumbo pocketed the photograph, already calculating which of Cedar Key's watering holes might yield information about a missing orchid enthusiast. I'll need access to his residence, office, any place he frequents, Gumbo said, slipping into the investigator role with surprising ease. Corporate America hadn't prepared him for much beyond PowerPoint and ulcers, but it had taught him how to sound confident while being completely out of his depth. "My assistant will provide everything," Sterling said, pressing an intercom button that probably cost more than Gumbo's boat. "Charlotte, Mr. Malone needs Devereux's file." 20 minutes later, clutching a folder of information and a retainer check that made his eyes widen, Gumbo left Sterling's waterfront office complex. The sun was high overhead, beating down on the marina where Sterling's yacht, a gleaming monstrosity named the Midas Touch, dominated the skyline like a floating monument to excess. His next stop was the Cedar Key Police Department, a modest building that stood in stark contrast to Sterling's headquarters. Inside, the air conditioning struggled against Florida's relentless humidity, creating a microclimate that was somehow both too cold and too damp. "Well, look what the tide washed in," a familiar voice called from across the room. "If it isn't Danny Gumbo, corporate sellout turned beach bum." Detective Linda Hastings approached, coffee mug in hand, her pantsuit as crisp as her attitude. They'd worked together years ago, before Linda decided that putting actual criminals behind bars was more fulfilling than helping corporations maximize quarterly profits. "Linda," Gumbo nodded, trying for casual but achieving awkward. "Looking official." "Looking unemployed," she countered, eyeing his faded tropical shirt and cargo shorts. "Unless this is Casual Friday, at whatever corporate hellscape you're inhabiting these days." "Actually," Gumbo produced his new business card with what he hoped was flourish rather than desperation, "I've gone private. Investigator, not sector." Linda examined the card, her eyebrows climbing steadily northward. "Private investigator? You? The man who got lost in the office parking garage for 3 hours?" "That was one time, and they had just repainted the level markers," Gumbo protested, the old embarrassment rising. "Besides, I've got the license and everything." "A Florida Pie license requires all the qualification of a pulse and a check that doesn't bounce," Linda said, but there was a hint of amusement in her eyes now. "Let me guess. You're here about Elias Devereux." Gumbo tried not to look surprised, and failed spectacularly. "How did you?" "Sterling called this morning, making noise about hiring outside help. Said we weren't moving fast enough." Linda sipped her coffee, grimacing at its temperature or taste or both. "What I didn't expect was that he'd hire someone whose investigative experience is limited to finding which executive took the last donut." "That was forensic accounting, and I found the culprit," Gumbo said with mock dignity. "So, will you help me?" Linda considered him for a long moment, then sighed. "Fine. But only because watching you fail might be the highlight of my month. Come on, I'll show you what we've got on the Devereux case." As he followed her through the station, Gumbo reflected that he had just made deals with two devils, one who paid triple his rate, and one who knew all his embarrassing corporate stories. He wasn't sure which was more dangerous. Chapter 3. Gumbo stared at the case file spread across his kitchen table, the ceiling fan overhead doing little more than pushing hot air around his stilt house like a convection oven for the perpetually damp. The file on Elias Devereux was thinner than a supermodel's diet plan, and about as substantive. "Missing rich guy," Gumbo muttered, taking another swig of Cuban coffee strong enough to dissolve a spoon. "Collects flowers for fun. Builds condos for profit." What Sterling had provided was more notable for what it lacked than what it contained. A driver's license photo, showing a thin-faced man with patrician features and the smug expression of someone who'd never pumped his own gas. Property records for a sprawling estate on the edge of the Everglades. A hastily scribbled note about Devereux failing to appear at an important zoning meeting 3 days ago. No mention of enemies. No personal history. No reason why Sterling, a business rival by all accounts, would shell out triple Gumbo's normal rate to find him. "What's your angle, Sterling?" Gumbo asked the empty room. The room, in keeping with its typical unhelpfulness, declined to answer. His phone buzzed. Linda Hastings' name flashed on the screen. Gumbo felt a familiar mix of dread and anticipation as he answered. "If you're calling to mock my career choices again, I'm fresh out of defensive comebacks, he said by way of greeting. Put on pants, Malone. I've got something. Linda's voice carried the sharp efficiency that had made her both an excellent corporate security director and later a feared detective. Devereux's property. 30 minutes. Is that an invitation or an order? It's your only shot at not completely embarrassing yourself on this case. She hung up before he could respond, a habit she'd perfected during their corporate days. 45 minutes later, because promptness was a corporate value he'd happily abandoned, Gumbo pulled his battered Jeep through the ornate gates of Devereux's estate. The property screamed old Florida money. Sprawling Spanish-style mansions set back from a palm-lined drive, perfectly manicured lawns that defied the state's hostility to conventional grass, and a series of glass structures gleaming in the afternoon sun. Linda's department-issue SUV sat in the circular drive, alongside a crime scene van. She stood on the front steps, arms crossed, looking like patience that had not just run out but had packed its bags and left town. "You're late," she said as he approached. "I'm on pie time now. It's like island time, but with lower ethical standards." She almost smiled. "Almost. You're lucky I called you at all." Is it luck, or the irresistible appeal of watching me fail? 6 of 1, she conceded. "Come on. You'll want to see this." She led him not toward the main house but to one of the glass structures, a greenhouse the size of Gumbo's entire stilt house. Inside, the air hung thick with tropical moisture and the cloying scent of exotic flowers. Orchids in every imaginable color lined specialized shelving units, their alien-looking blooms suspended in the humid air. Devereux is what horticulturalists call orchid-obsessed, Linda explained, navigating between rows of plants that probably cost more than Gumbo's monthly alimony payment. These aren't just pretty flowers. Some of these specimens are worth tens of thousands each. People pay BMW prices for plants? Gumbo asked, careful not to touch anything that might bankrupt him. Welcome to the weird world of rare orchid collecting. It's like baseball cards for rich people with humidifiers. They reached the back of the greenhouse, where the pristine order gave way to disruption. A work table had been overturned, specialized tools scattered across the concrete floor. Potting soil spilled from broken containers. Most notably, several shelving units stood empty, their occupants conspicuously absent. "Someone took the flowers?" Gumbo asked. "Not just any flowers. According to Devereux's assistant, the missing specimens are ghost orchids, extremely rare, native to Florida swamps, protected under conservation laws. Devereux had the largest private collection in the country, all legally permitted, of course." "Of course," Gumbo echoed. "So our missing orchid collector is also missing his prize orchids. Theft gone wrong." Linda pointed to a dark stain on the floor near the overturned table. "We found blood. Not much, but enough to suggest Devereux didn't leave voluntarily." Gumbo crouched to examine the stain, careful not to touch the evidence marker placed beside it. "Any signs of forced entry?" "None. Security system wasn't triggered. Whoever did this either knew the codes or was invited in." "What about Devereux's car?" "Still in the garage. His wallet and phone were found in the master bedroom." "But this is interesting." Linda led him to a small safe embedded in the greenhouse wall, now standing open. "Assistant says Devereux kept documented provenance for his rarest specimens here. Those are missing too." Gumbo stood, surveying the greenhouse. "So someone takes Devereux, his prize flowers and the papers proving they're legit, but leaves his Rolex on the nightstand? This isn't a typical robbery." Which is why Sterling's sudden concern for his business associate struck me as worth investigating. Those two have been locked in development wars for years. Now suddenly, he's paying top dollar to find the man. "You think Sterling's involved?" Linda shrugged. "I think nothing in this town happens without Sterling knowing about it. And I think you should be very careful about whose money you're taking. Speaking of money, any chance I could get access to Devereux's financial records? See who he's been paying or fighting with." "Already requested them." I'll share what I can, officially. The rest. She shrugged. I might accidentally leave some papers in a cafe where a certain washed-up corporate hack likes to drink overpriced coffee. Your commitment to procedural integrity remains inspiring. Just don't make me regret this, Malone. If Sterling's involved in something illegal, and you're helping him cover it up, I'll personally ensure your pie career is shorter than your attention span. Gumbo placed a hand over his heart in mock offense. Your trust is overwhelming. After Linda left, Gumbo spent another hour examining the greenhouse and the main house. Something about the scene felt staged, too neat in some places, too messy in others. As he was leaving, he decided to check the perimeter of the property, where the manicured grounds gave way to natural Florida landscape. Which is how he ended up, 3 hours later, hopelessly lost in the Everglades as darkness fell, the distant sound of airboat engines his only hope for rescue. When the senior citizens from Minnesota finally spotted him, he was standing on a hammock of slightly higher ground, surrounded by increasingly interested alligators, swearing to never complain about fluorescent office lighting again. Chapter 4. The pampered predator pet spa sat between a discount fireworks outlet and a shop selling nothing but shellacked alligator heads, the holy trinity of questionable Florida commerce. The building was a converted 1960s motel, painted a shade of pink that would make flamingos file a trademark infringement lawsuit. A neon sign featuring a cartoon alligator getting a massage flickered in the afternoon sun, several letters permanently dark, so it read PMPE ed Preeter. Gumbo checked the address against Sterling's statement for the third time. This couldn't possibly be right. You gonna sit there all day, or are we going in? Linda asked from the passenger seat, tapping her pen against her notepad with the impatience of someone whose time was valued by the hour and billed by the minute. I'm mentally preparing myself, Gumbo replied, eyeing a woman exiting the spa with what appeared to be a small crocodile wearing a rhinestone collar. When you mentioned Sterling's alibi was named Vanessa LaRue, I pictured someone with a yacht club membership and a tennis instructor named Jean-Claude, not whatever this is. Welcome to Florida, Gumbo. Nothing is ever what you expect. Linda opened her car door. Especially the parts that are exactly what you'd expect. The interior of the pampered predator was a collision between a tropical-themed Marriott lobby and the set of a low-budget nature documentary. Potted palms competed for space with glass terrariums housing various reptiles. The air smelled of coconut oil, chlorine, and something musky that Gumbo preferred not to identify. Behind a bamboo reception desk sat a woman who could only be Vanessa LaRue. Her platinum blonde hair was styled into a gravity-defying architecture that added a solid foot to her height. Her makeup had been applied with the precision of someone who considered it less cosmetic enhancement and more battle armor. Welcome to the pampered predator, where cold blood gets hot treatment, she chirped, her voice carrying the enthusiastic lilt of someone who'd spent time selling timeshares. Her smile revealed teeth so perfect they seemed to have been purchased as a set. Do you have an appointment for your scaly friend? We don't have any scaly friends, Gumbo clarified quickly, suddenly concerned about how Linda might respond to being mistaken for a reptile owner. Detective Linda Hastings, Cedar Key Police, he continued, gesturing toward Linda. And I'm Danny Malone, private investigator. We're here about Rufus Sterling. The smile remained fixed on Vanessa's face, but her eyes narrowed fractionally. Rufus? Is he in some kind of trouble? We just need to verify his whereabouts on the night Elias Devereux disappeared, Linda said, flipping open her notebook. Mr. Sterling says he was here with you. That's right, Vanessa confirmed, nodding vigorously enough to test the structural integrity of her hairstyle. Rufus was here for our Thursday night special. Champagne and chameleons. We sip bubbly while watching the color changes. Very therapeutic. From somewhere in the back room, a squawk erupted, followed by a raspy voice proclaiming, "Guilty as charged. Guilty as charged." Don't mind Winston, Vanessa said with a nervous laugh. My cockatoo picked that up from a legal drama I was watching. Birds are such impressionable creatures. What time did Mr. Sterling arrive? Linda asked, pointedly ignoring the continuing pronouncements of guilt from the unseen cockatoo. Around 8. Left just after midnight. That's a long time to watch lizards change color, Gumbo observed. We also did the sunset alligator meditation and refreshing cucumber facial masks, Vanessa explained, as if this was the most natural progression of events in the world. Rufus gets very stressed with his development projects. The reptiles center him. I'm sure they do, Linda murmured, making notes. Was anyone else here who could verify his presence? Just me and the animals, Vanessa replied, twisting a large diamond ring around her finger. Thursday nights are private sessions only. Convenient, Gumbo remarked. Exclusive, Vanessa corrected with a smile that didn't reach her eyes. And your security cameras? Linda asked, glancing at the small dome in the corner of the ceiling. Oh, those. Vanessa waved dismissively. They were being upgraded that week. The technician had them all disconnected. Terrible timing, really. Winston's squawking intensified from the back room. Liar, liar. Pants on fire. Vanessa's smile tightened. He's also fond of that children's rhyme. Your bird has interesting timing, Ms. LaRue, Gumbo said, moving toward a wall of photographs featuring Vanessa with various celebrities, all posing with assorted reptiles. In one, Rufus Sterling grinned beside a massive alligator wearing what appeared to be a bow tie. How long have you known Mr. Sterling? A few years. He's one of my premium clients. And your relationship is strictly professional? Linda asked, her pen poised above her notebook. Of course, Vanessa replied, her tone suggesting the question was absurd. Then, after a moment's hesitation, well, we did date briefly last summer, but now we're just good friends. Very good friends. Good enough to provide an alibi for the night a man went missing, Gumbo noted, examining a framed certificate declaring Vanessa LaRue a certified emotional support alligator therapist, a qualification he hadn't realized existed and now deeply questioned. I'm simply telling the truth, Vanessa insisted. Rufus was here all evening. We have nothing to hide. From the back room, lies. All lies. Winston needs his medication, Vanessa said through gritted teeth. Is there anything else I can help you with? Linda closed her notebook. We may need to speak with you again, Ms. LaRue. Please don't leave town. Outside in the parking lot, Linda turned to Gumbo. Well, that was the most Florida alibi I've ever heard, Gumbo finished for her. Emotional support alligators and a cockatoo with a conscience. What do you think? I think that if Sterling's alibi depends on a woman who serves champagne to chameleons, we need to dig deeper. Gumbo glanced back at the garish building. Much deeper. Agreed. I'll run a background check on Ms. LaRue. Linda slid into the passenger seat. Meanwhile, let's follow up on Devereux's finances. Sterling may have an alibi of sorts, but money always leaves a trail. As they pulled away, Gumbo couldn't shake the feeling that Vanessa LaRue was hiding something beyond her natural hair color. The missing orchid collector, the developer with suspiciously white teeth, and now a pet spa owner with a truth-telling cockatoo. This case was taking on dimensions that his corporate training had definitely not prepared him for. But for the first time since accepting Sterling's case, Gumbo felt the stirring of genuine curiosity. There was a story here, one with more twists than a mangrove root system. And however ridiculous the path might be, he was going to follow it. Chapter 5. Gumbo should have trusted his instincts about Vanessa LaRue. 20 years in corporate America had honed his ability to detect bullshit to a razor's edge, and something about her alibi for Sterling had been nagging at him like a mosquito bite in an unreachable spot. He'd dismissed it initially, a hazard of being distracted by exotic animals posing as emotional support companions and a cockatoo with an apparent law degree. But now, Staring at the security footage from the Pampered Paws and Claws luxury pet resort, the inconsistency was glaring at him like a neon sign advertising 2-for-1 margaritas on a Tuesday. "Play it again," he told the nervous receptionist, a college student whose name tag identified her as Brittany with a heart dotting the I. Brittany tapped the keyboard, rewinding the footage to 7:13 p.m. on the night of Devereux's disappearance. The timestamp in the corner matched Vanessa's claim that she had been giving Mrs. Worthington's prize-winning poodle a seaweed wrap treatment, a sentence Gumbo never imagined would cross his mind when he'd traded spreadsheets for a pie license. The grainy black and white footage showed the back door of the spa opening. Vanessa LaRue emerged, glancing furtively over her shoulder before hurrying across the parking lot to her ostentatious pink Cadillac. Not the actions of a woman elbow-deep in canine beautification. "Has anybody else seen this?" Gumbo asked. Brittany shook her head, her extensive collection of scrunchies threatening structural failure. "Just me. I only found it because I was checking last week's cameras to see who's been stealing the organic dog treats from the break room." "Make me a copy," Gumbo said, sliding her a 20. "And maybe don't mention this to Ms. LaRue just yet." 20 minutes later, Gumbo was back in his Jeep, the flash drive burning a metaphorical hole in his pocket. He'd intended to drive straight to Linda with his discovery, but a nagging sense of thoroughness, one of the few useful habits he'd retained from corporate life, had him turning toward Sterling's estate instead. Sterling's mansion was a monument to the principle that money could buy everything except taste. The Mediterranean meets Vegas architectural disaster loomed over the bay like a wedding cake, designed by a feverish child with unlimited fondant. Palm trees imported at astronomical expense lined the driveway, their fronds drooping slightly as if embarrassed by their surroundings. Gumbo had called ahead, claiming he had follow-up questions about Sterling's statement. The businessman had agreed with suspicious enthusiasm, which only deepened Gumbo's conviction that something wasn't adding up. The same butler from his previous visit. Gumbo still couldn't decide if the man's British accent was real or an affectation. Sterling demanded as part of the job description, led him through the marble-floored foyer. "Mr. Sterling is in his collection room," the butler intoned. "He asks that you join him there." Gumbo followed, wondering what sort of collection a man like Sterling would maintain. Fine art seemed unlikely, given the 6-foot painting of Sterling astride a white horse that dominated the entryway. Rare wines? Sports memorabilia? Incriminating evidence on local officials? The butler opened a set of ornate double doors and gestured Gumbo inside. "Mr. Malone, sir." Gumbo stepped in and immediately froze, his brain struggling to process what his eyes were reporting. The room was a museum of taxidermy, but not ordinary taxidermy. These were exotic animals, posed in elaborate anthropomorphic tableaus. A poker game featuring a tiger, 2 pandas, and a flamingo. A lion in a smoking jacket reading a newspaper. And most disturbingly, a family of meerkats arranged in a parody of American Gothic, complete with tiny pitchfork. Sterling stood in the center of this nightmare, beaming with pride. "Magnificent, aren't they? I call it the wild humanized. Each piece custom commissioned." "That's..." Gumbo searched desperately for a word that wasn't horrifying, or evidence of profound psychological disturbance. "Unique." "I believe art should challenge conventions," Sterling said, running a loving hand over the dusty fur of a wolf dressed as a ballet dancer. "These were all ethically sourced, of course." "Of course," Gumbo echoed, not believing it for a second. "Mr. Sterling, I wanted to follow up on your statement regarding your whereabouts the night Mr. Devereux disappeared." Sterling's smile didn't waver, but something shifted in his eyes. "As I stated, I was with Vanessa LaRue at her pet spa. She was working late, giving treatments to some show dogs. I was merely providing company." "That's interesting," Gumbo said, pulling out his phone. "Because I have security footage showing Ms. LaRue leaving the spa at the exact time she claimed to be with you." The change in Sterling was subtle but unmistakable, a tightening around the eyes, a momentary stillness. Then, like a consummate performer, he recovered. There must be some mistake. Perhaps the timestamp on the footage is incorrect. I checked. It's accurate. Sterling moved toward a cabinet that Gumbo desperately hoped didn't contain more taxidermy. Perhaps we should discuss this over a drink. I have an excellent scotch that... I think I've seen enough, Gumbo interrupted, suddenly aware of how isolated he was in this room of dead staring eyes. The flash drive felt heavier in his pocket. I'll be following up with Ms. LaRue about this discrepancy. Sterling's smile remained fixed, but the warmth had leached from it entirely. You know, Mr. Malone, in my experience, private investigators often find themselves in precarious situations, dangerous neighborhoods, isolated locations. He gestured around at his grotesque collection. I've always believed that preservation is an underappreciated art form. The threat was about as subtle as Sterling's mansion, but effective nonetheless. Gumbo maintained eye contact as he backed toward the door. I'll keep that in mind. Thanks for your time, Mr. Sterling. In the Jeep, Gumbo's phone showed 3 missed calls from Linda. He returned the call immediately, his mind still processing the implied threat and the room of taxidermied nightmares. Where have you been? Linda demanded when she answered. I've been trying to reach you. Following a lead, Gumbo replied, starting the engine. And I think I've stumbled into something bigger than a missing person case. Vanessa LaRue's alibi for Sterling doesn't hold water, and Sterling just gave me a thinly veiled threat surrounded by dead animals dressed like people. Linda's momentary silence spoke volumes. Get to the station. Now. There's something you need to see about Devereux's property. As Gumbo pulled away from Sterling's estate, he couldn't shake the sensation of being watched. In the rearview mirror, he caught a glimpse of Sterling standing at an upstairs window, phone to his ear, eyes fixed on Gumbo's departing Jeep. Whatever game Sterling was playing, the rules had just changed. Chapter 6. Gumbo's boat lurched awkwardly against the dock as he tried to tie it up with one hand while balancing a cardboard box of documents with the other. The morning humidity had already soaked through his shirt, and it wasn't even 9 a.m. Florida, as usual, was keeping its unspoken promise to make simple tasks as uncomfortable as possible. Need a hand there, super sleuth? Linda Hastings leaned against her cruiser in the marina parking lot, sunglasses reflecting Gumbo's ungraceful docking procedure. Didn't know the police monitored maritime incompetence, Gumbo called back, finally securing a knot that would make any Boy Scout leader weep with despair. We don't. I'm here because you've been calling the station every hour, asking for updates on Devereux's financials. She held up a manila folder. Thought I'd save the dispatcher from your continued harassment. Gumbo carefully navigated the gap between boat and dock, a distance that seemed to expand mysteriously whenever he attempted to cross it, and made his way up to the parking lot. His box of documents threatened to spill with each step. Found something interesting? Linda asked, nodding at his precarious load. Maybe. Spent all yesterday going through Devereux's home office while dodging his housekeeper, who seems convinced I'm there to steal the silver. He set the box on the hood of Linda's cruiser, ignoring her wince at the potential scratches. Devereux was in financial trouble, but not the normal kind. Define normal kind. The kind where you have no money. Gumbo pulled out a thick folder. Devereux had plenty of money. He just couldn't access most of it because it was tied up in development deals with local politicians. Linda's professional interest visibly sharpened. What kind of deals? The legally dubious kind. Gumbo extracted a color-coded map of Cedar Key and surrounding areas. Devereux was fronting money for a massive theme park development called Gator World on what appears to be protected wetlands. Linda studied the map, her frown deepening. These parcels are all conservation land. You can't build on these. You can, if you have 3 county commissioners and the zoning board chairman in your pocket. Gumbo tapped a series of contracts. Devereux's signature is on everything, but the real money is coming from a corporation called Sunshine Future Holdings. I'm betting that's Sterling. The same Sterling who hired you. Linda removed her sunglasses, her expression hardening. The one with the suspiciously white teeth. The very same. Which makes me wonder why he'd hire a pied to find his business partner unless... Gumbo trailed off, the implications settling over them both. Unless Devereux isn't missing. Maybe he's hiding. Linda completed the thought. Or unless Sterling wanted to establish an alibi by playing the concerned associate. Gumbo nodded. Either way, I need to look closer at these development plans. Devereux was moving millions through shell companies for permits and consulting fees, but hit a roadblock 3 months ago. Environmental surveys came back with some major red flags. Linda thumbed through the folder she'd brought. That tracks with what I found. Devereux made 6 separate withdrawals of exactly $24,999 each over the past 2 months. Just under the reporting threshold, Gumbo noted. Clever. And the day before he disappeared, he transferred $250,000 to an offshore account in the Caymans. Account holder is listed as Mangrove Preservation Trust. Doesn't sound like a man planning to vanish permanently, Gumbo mused. Sounds like a man setting up an escape plan. They spent the next hour spreading documents across the hood and trunk of Linda's cruiser, constructing a timeline of Devereux's activities leading up to his disappearance. The picture that emerged was increasingly troubling. A complex web of payoffs, environmental regulation workarounds, and what appeared to be systematic bribery of local officials. So Sterling and Devereux want to build Gator World on protected wetlands, Gumbo summarized. They've been greasing palms for permits, but something spooked Devereux. Environmental survey, Linda said, holding up a report with alarming red stamps across multiple pages. These wetlands are home to at least 3 endangered species. No amount of bribery can make that go away at the federal level. Which means their investment was about to go up in smoke, Gumbo concluded. And someone stood to lose millions. A text alert chimed on Linda's phone. She checked it and frowned. Got to go. Body found in a dumpster behind the Piggly Wiggly. Related to our case. Unless Devereux was discovered wearing a Burger King uniform with ketchup packets in his pockets, probably not. She gathered the police documents and handed Gumbo a copied set. Keep digging into Sterling. I'll run background checks on everyone in these development contracts. As Linda pulled away, Gumbo loaded his box back into his Jeep, mind racing with new possibilities. If Sterling had hired him as a smokescreen while Devereux was potentially hiding, or worse, from their collapsing scheme, then he had unwittingly become a pawn in a much larger game. He pulled out his phone and dialed the number for Vanessa LaRue's luxury pet spa. Her voicemail answered, her professionally sultry tone promising exceptional care for exceptional pets. Ms. LaRue, this is Danny Malone. I need to speak with you again about Mr. Sterling. There are some inconsistencies in your statement that need clarification. Please call me back at your earliest convenience. As he ended the call, another text came through, this one from an unknown number. The message contained a single sentence that made the humid air suddenly feel very cold. Stop looking for answers you don't want to find. Gumbo glanced around the marina parking lot, but saw only the usual collection of tourists loading coolers and fishing gear. Whoever sent the message wasn't announcing their presence. He started the Jeep's engine, the familiar knocking sound oddly comforting in the face of this new, unsettling development. If someone was threatening him, he must be getting closer to the truth, a truth that involved protected wetlands, endangered species, and millions of dollars of development money hanging in the balance. Gator World might never be built, but someone was already playing dangerous games. And Gumbo was beginning to suspect that finding Elias Devereux might be the least of his problems. Chapter 7. The problem with sweat-stained pastel shirts, Gumbo reflected, was that they revealed every anxiety, every nervous twitch, every panicked realization that you might be talking to someone who could ruin your life with a single phone call. Marvin Birnbaum's salmon-colored polo had transformed into a topographical map of distress, dark patches spreading across his chest and under his arms like storm systems on a weather radar. "I hardly knew Elias," Marvin insisted, his Minnesota accent thickening with each lie. "Just business associates, really. We invested in a few properties together, that's all." They sat at a weathered picnic table outside Captain Pete's crab shack, a deliberate choice on Gumbo's part. The combination of brutal midday heat and the restaurant's famously sluggish service meant they'd have plenty of uninterrupted time to chat. Marvin kept glancing longingly at his Mercedes in the parking lot, its air conditioning a distant, impossible dream. "Funny thing about business associates," Gumbo said, casually cracking open a peanut shell. "They usually know where the other person lives, or at least notices when they've been missing for weeks." Marvin's sandal-clad foot, complete with black dress sock pulled taut to mid-calf, tapped an anxious rhythm on the wooden slats beneath the table. The man was a tourist cliché-made flesh, sunburned nose peeling in 3 distinct layers, a Life's a Beach hat perched atop his balding head, and a watch worth more than Gumbo's Jeep. "Look, I told the police everything I know," Marvin said, dabbing his forehead with a napkin that was quickly losing the battle against his perspiration. "Which isn't much." Elias kept his business compartmentalized. Gumbo popped a peanut into his mouth, taking his time to chew before responding. "See, that's where things get interesting. Because I've got copies of loan documents showing you and Devereux bought 300 acres of mangrove wetlands together last year. Quite an investment for people who barely know each other." The waitress, a community college student who'd perfected the art of appearing busy while doing absolutely nothing, finally approached their table. "Y'all ready to order?" "I'll have the stone crab special," Gumbo said. "My friend here will have the same." "I'm not hungry," Marvin protested weakly. "Nonsense," Gumbo smiled. "Nothing helps memory like fresh seafood. 2 specials, please." When the waitress departed, Marvin leaned forward, his voice dropping to a whisper despite the lack of anyone within earshot. "Look, I'm just a silent partner. Elias handled all the development details. I provided capital, that's it." "And what exactly were you developing in protected wetlands?" Gumbo asked, his tone casual but eyes sharp. "Because according to county records, that land can't be built on. At all. Ever." Marvin's eyes darted around the empty patio. "It's complicated." "I've got all afternoon," Gumbo said, gesturing to the empty crab shack. "And judging by this place's service reputation, we've got until at least sunset before our food arrives." The dam finally broke. Marvin's posture collapsed like a beach chair in a hurricane. It was supposed to be simple. Buy the land cheap because it's protected, then get the protected status removed through Elias's connections at the county. Develop high-end waterfront properties, sell at a massive profit. Except the land stayed protected. "That's what Elias was working on when he disappeared," Marvin admitted. "He said he had a plan to get the environmental designation changed. Something about relocating the protected species." Gumbo raised an eyebrow. "Relocating protected species is a federal crime." "Which is why he was doing it at night," Marvin said, then immediately looked like he wanted to swallow his tongue. "I mean, I assume. I never saw anything. I just provided funding." "What species are we talking about?" Marvin's voice dropped to a barely audible whisper. "Key deer. There's a small colony on the property. Elias said he had a place to move them where they'd be just as happy." Gumbo tried to imagine Elias Devereux, the fastidious orchid collector, herding endangered deer through the mangroves under cover of darkness. The mental image was as ridiculous as it was disturbing. "And you believed him?" "I believed in the 30% return he promised," Marvin admitted. "But then he started acting strange. Said he discovered something on the property that changed everything. Something that would make us even more money." "Did he say what it was?" No. But he seemed excited. Paranoid, too. Started talking about being watched, about powerful people who might try to stop him. Marvin wiped his brow again. I thought it was just Elias being dramatic. He always had a flair for theatrics. The waitress returned with their stone crab plates. Gumbo thanked her while Marvin stared at his food like it might attack him. When was the last time you actually saw Devereux? Gumbo asked, expertly cracking a claw. 2 weeks before he disappeared. He came to my rental in Sarasota, all excited about some discovery. Said he needed more capital for a small but critical acquisition. I wrote him a check for $50,000. Gumbo nearly choked on his crab meat. 50 grand? What was he buying? He wouldn't say. Just that it was insurance for our investment. Marvin pushed his plate away. The check cleared the next day. 3 days later, he vanished. Did you report this to the police? Marvin's expression turned sheepish. How exactly do you tell the police you gave a missing person $50,000 for an illegal wildlife relocation scheme? Gumbo had to admit the man had a point. One more thing, Marvin said, leaning forward again. The night before he disappeared, Elias called me. He sounded scared. Said if anything happened to him, I should look for the ghost in the water. Then he hung up. Ghost in the water? Gumbo repeated. What does that mean? I have no idea, Marvin said, his expression sincere for the first time in their conversation. But I've been having nightmares about it ever since. As if on cue, a pelican landed heavily on the railing beside their table, its ancient eyes regarding them with what seemed like judgment. Marvin jumped, nearly upending his untouched crab plate. I think I need to leave town, he said, already standing. I've got a flight tomorrow. I'm not getting involved in whatever Elias was mixed up in. Gumbo watched him go, hurrying across the parking lot like a man fleeing a crime scene, socks and sandals flapping with each step. The pelican turned its gaze to Gumbo, its expression unreadable. Don't look at me, Gumbo told the bird. I'm just trying to follow the money. The pelican seemed unimpressed with this explanation, launching itself back into the air with surprising grace for such an ungainly creature. Gumbo made a note to call Linda about the key deer situation, and to find out what the hell a ghost in the water might be. Whatever it was, it had scared Elias Devereux enough to make him vanish. And now, it was scaring his business partner out of town. Chapter 8. The sun had just begun its leisurely descent toward the Gulf when Gumbo found himself staring at a set of keys that would have made a prison warden nervous. He'd spent the better part of the afternoon tracking down the manager of Sunshine Storage, a facility that, despite its cheery name, had all the warmth and charm of a foreclosure notice. You sure this is the right unit? Linda asked, eyeing the padlock with professional suspicion. She wasn't officially on duty, which she'd reminded him approximately 14 times since agreeing to meet him here. Because if we're breaking into the wrong storage unit, I'll have to arrest myself, and the paperwork would be hell. Unit 237, Gumbo confirmed, consulting the rental agreement he'd discovered buried in Elias Devereux's financial records. Paid in cash 3 years running. Listed under Orchid Society Equipment Storage, but expensed through his personal accounts, not the business. The lock clicked open with satisfying precision. Gumbo heaved up the rolling door, its metal shriek announcing their intrusion to anyone within a half-mile radius. The smell hit them first, earthy and chemical like a garden center supply closet. Mother of mercy, Linda breathed as the dying sunlight illuminated the unit's contents. Rows of empty terrariums lined the walls, each meticulously labeled with scientific names and countries of origin. Glass tanks of various sizes, from shoebox dimensions to coffin-like enclosures, created a maze of transparent chambers. In the back corner, a makeshift desk held a laminator, specialized printer, and stacks of what appeared to be import documentation. This isn't about real estate fraud, Gumbo said, picking up a clipboard with international shipping manifests. Our orchid enthusiast was smuggling exotic animals. Linda pulled on a pair of latex gloves, apparently a standard accessory in her off-duty purse, and began examining the documents. These are CITES permits, she said, referring to the Convention on International Trade in Endangered Species. Or rather, incredibly good forgeries. I'm sensing this goes beyond bringing back an undeclared souvenir conch shell from Nassau, Gumbo remarked, studying a terrarium labeled Atheris squamigera, Cameroon. That's a West African bush viper, Linda supplied. Highly venomous, completely illegal to import without permits. And even with permits, almost impossible to get approval for. How do you know that? My brother went through a snake phase in high school. Mom made him stick to ball pythons after he showed her pictures of these. Gumbo moved deeper into the unit, finding a file cabinet containing meticulous records of transactions dating back 5 years. He was systematic about it. Countries visited, contacts made, prices paid and charged. He held up a ledger. Some of these specimens sold for over $50,000. That's small potatoes in the exotic trade, Linda said. The rare ones can go for 6 figures to the right collector. You're disturbingly knowledgeable about this. I dated a fish and wildlife agent before I moved to Cedar Key. Man could talk about illegal wildlife trafficking like other guys talk about football statistics. The final shelf held a collection of framed photographs. Devereux, with various international contacts, always posed in front of lush jungle backdrops, always smiling with the particular satisfaction of someone getting away with something profitable. So our missing orchid collector was running an exotic animal smuggling operation, Gumbo summarized, snapping photos with his phone. That certainly expands our suspect pool beyond sterling and local real estate interests. It does worse than that, Linda said grimly, holding up a document. It connects him to organized crime. This shipping manifest is coded, but I recognize the recipient. The Salazar family runs exotic animal importing through Miami. They're connected to cartels. People who cross them don't disappear into the witness protection program. They disappear into the Everglades, minus some anatomically significant parts. Gumbo felt a chill that had nothing to do with the storage facility's aggressive air conditioning. You think Devereux crossed them? Maybe skimmed profits or held back premium specimens? Or tried to go independent? These organizations don't appreciate entrepreneurial spirit unless they're getting their cut. As they continued exploring the unit, Gumbo noticed something odd about the far wall. Does that section look different to you? Linda squinted. It's a slightly different shade of white. Newer paint? Gumbo rapped his knuckles against the wall, producing a hollow sound. With Linda's help, they located the edges of a concealed panel and carefully pried it open to reveal a hidden compartment. Inside was a single item, a waterproof case containing a thumb drive and a handwritten note that read simply, "Insurance policy. For Emma." No explanation of who Emma might be or what was on the drive. "We need to see what's on this," Gumbo said, pocketing the drive. "You mean you need to turn it over to the police," Linda corrected. "That's what I meant. After we see what's on it." Linda's retort was interrupted by the buzzing of her phone. She checked the screen, her expression shifting from irritation to professional concern. "It's the station. I need to take this." While she stepped outside, Gumbo continued examining the documents, trying to construct a timeline of Devereux's smuggling operation. According to the records, it had started small, a few rare orchids transported without proper permits, then exotic insects, then gradually escalating to reptiles and eventually endangered mammals. The most recent entries showed a troubling pattern: larger shipments, higher prices, and increasingly dangerous species. Devereux had been scaling up dramatically in the months before his disappearance. Linda returned, her face grim. "We need to go. Now." "What's wrong?" "That was Jenkins. Someone just ransacked Devereux's greenhouse again, and this time they left a message." She held up her phone, displaying a photo of words spray-painted across the orchid tables. "Where is ID, Elias?" "Looks like we're not the only ones searching for something," Gumbo observed, casting one last glance at the storage unit's disturbing contents. "And they're getting impatient," Linda added, pulling the rolling door down with a decisive clang. "Which means we need to find Devereux before they do, assuming there's still something left of him to find." The click of the padlock echoed with ominous finality, locking away the evidence of Elias Devereux's dark connections. Connections that were clearly reaching out from the shadows, searching for something valuable enough to kill for. Chapter 9. The afternoon sun beat down with the kind of heat that made Gumbo question his life choices, particularly the one where he'd abandoned an air-conditioned corporate office for the dubious glamour of trudging through Florida in August. His linen shirt clung to his back like a desperate X as he climbed the steps to Paws and Claws Luxury Pet Spa, home to Vanessa LaRue's menagerie of pampered predators and, if his suspicions were correct, a whole lot of shady business. The spa's front desk was unmanned, but the tinkling bell above the door summoned a lanky assistant whose name tag identified her as Skylar, hydration specialist. Gumbo had questions about what exactly a pet hydration specialist did, but filed them under things Florida has normalized that the rest of America would find concerning. "Ms. LaRue is with a client," Skylar informed him, eyeing his sweat-soaked appearance with the kind of disdain only the young and perpetually dehydrated can muster. "The Swedish massage for Mr. Chompers runs another 20 minutes. "Mr. Chompers?" 8-foot Burmese python. Very tense shoulders. Loves lavender oil. Gumbo pinched the bridge of his nose. "I need to speak with Vanessa about exotic animal smuggling. It's important." Something flickered in Skylar's eyes, recognition, maybe fear, before she recovered her professional detachment. "I'll let her know you're here." "Your name?" "Danny Malone." "Tell her it's about Elias Devereux." The waiting area was a testament to excess, catering to people who considered their pets' comfort more important than most humans. Gumbo sank into a velvet chaise lounge, ignoring the sign that indicated it was reserved for therapy reptiles only. From somewhere in the back room came the unsettling sound of what might have been spa music reimagined for the ears of creatures that swallowed their prey whole. Winston the cockatoo watched him from an ornate perch by the window. "Guilty as charged," the bird squawked, before preening its feathers with theatrical indifference. "You and me both, buddy," Gumbo muttered. Vanessa emerged 15 minutes later, latex gloves discarded, her immaculate spa uniform suggesting that Swedish massage for python was somehow a job that didn't involve getting covered in snake oils. Her smile remained firmly in place, but her eyes had the calculating look of someone mentally reviewing their recent browser history before handing their laptop to tech support. "Mr. Malone. Twice in 1 week. To what do I owe this unexpected pleasure?" "Let's talk in private," Gumbo suggested, nodding toward the back office. Once behind closed doors, a precaution that seemed pointless given Winston's tendency to broadcast private conversations at maximum volume, Gumbo got straight to the point. "You've been lying to me, Vanessa." Her perfect eyebrows arched. "That's a serious accusation." "I've been looking into exotic animal smuggling operations. Seems there's quite a market for creatures that shouldn't be in Florida. And this concerns me how?" Gumbo placed his phone on the desk, displaying photos of shipping manifests with Vanessa's signature. "Because you've been receiving a lot of unusual imports labeled as decorative terrarium accessories from countries with strict export restrictions on wildlife." The spa owner's composure slipped for just a moment, a flicker of panic quickly masked by indignation. "Those are legitimate business imports." "Sure. Like the 17 ceramic sculptures from Madagascar that somehow required air holes." Vanessa sat down, her perfect posture finally faltering. "You don't understand the complexity of the exotic pet industry." "Then explain it to me. Starting with your connection to Elias Devereux." The mention of Devereux's name hit a nerve. Vanessa's carefully constructed facade cracked further, revealing something raw underneath. Not guilt exactly, but a wariness born of self-preservation. Elias and I had a business arrangement, she admitted. Nothing illegal. Just morally flexible. He supplied rare orchids for my most exclusive clients. I occasionally connected him with collectors interested in unique pets. Gumbo leaned forward. And how does Sterling fit into this arrangement? Vanessa's laugh held no humor. Rufus. He doesn't know the difference between a ball python and a garden hose. He's just the money. You're saying Sterling wasn't involved in the smuggling? Not directly. She hesitated, then continued with the resignation of someone who'd already calculated the cost-benefit ratio of partial honesty. Look, I dated a python hunter for a while. Julio. He worked the Everglades culling invasive species. Met Devereux through him. This Julio have a last name. Suarez. But he's not your guy. He's been in South America for months. Gumbo made a note. So you admit to involvement with exotic animal smugglers? Vanessa's eyes flashed. I admit to knowing people in the exotic animal trade. There's a difference. She leaned back, composure returning. Besides, if you're looking for who might have harmed Elias, you should be asking about the orchids, not the animals. The orchids? Ghost orchids. Rarest orchid in Florida. Worth thousands to collectors. Elias had the largest private collection in the state, all legally obtained with special permits. Her perfect lips curved into a knowing smile. They're missing too, aren't they? Funny how everyone focuses on Elias disappearing, not what disappeared with him. Gumbo studied her. The pieces were shifting, reconfiguring. How do you know the orchids are gone? Her smile faltered. I would have heard if they'd been found. From who? Sterling? The silence that followed told Gumbo everything he needed to know. Vanessa wasn't just Sterling's alibi. She was deeply enmeshed in whatever scheme had led to Devereux's disappearance. Here's what I think, Gumbo said, rising from his chair. I think you know exactly what happened to Devereux. I think those orchids are connected to his disappearance. And I think you're in this up to your professionally microbladed eyebrows. Vanessa stood as well, her composure fully restored like an armor sliding back into place. What I know, Mr. Malone, is the difference between speculation and evidence. When you have the latter, feel free to return. Until then, I have a saltwater fish awaiting its aromatherapy session. As Gumbo left, Winston the cockatoo fixed him with a beady eye. Crooked as they come, the bird announced cheerfully. For once, Gumbo suspected the foul-mouthed fowl might be the most honest individual in the entire investigation. Chapter 10. The inside of Vanessa LaRue's pet spa smelled like a wrestling match between expensive French perfume and the unmistakable musk of animals who hadn't evolved to appreciate aromatherapy. Gumbo stood in the waiting room, watching a woman in yoga pants console her teacup Yorkie after its citrus-infused fur rejuvenation had apparently left it emotionally scarred. I'm telling you, Precious is having a full-blown identity crisis, the woman insisted to the receptionist. He used to be a winter, and now he's clearly an autumn. Do you know what that does to a dog's Instagram aesthetic? The receptionist nodded with practiced sympathy, her expression suggesting she'd rather be anywhere else, perhaps cleaning the anal glands of the emotional support alligator Gumbo had glimpsed in the terrarium near the back room. Ms. LaRue will see you now, she told Gumbo with visible relief at the interruption. He followed her down a hallway lined with framed photographs of pets in various states of pampered distress. A poodle mid-seaweed wrap, a Persian cat receiving acupuncture, what appeared to be a ferret undergoing a past life regression therapy session. Vanessa's office was a shrine to animal luxury and questionable taste. Orchids sprouted from crystal vases, their delicate blossoms hovering like pastel ghosts against the flamingo-pink walls. Behind an ornate desk that looked like it had been salvaged from a pirate ship, Vanessa LaRue sat illuminated by Florida sunshine streaming through floor-to-ceiling windows. "Mr. Malone," she purred, not bothering to stand. "What a surprise. I thought our conversations had concluded days ago." "Just tying up loose ends," Gumbo replied, settling into a chair shaped like a giant seashell that threatened to swallow him whole. "Your alibi for Sterling checked out, but I've got some new questions." Winston, the foul-mouthed cockatoo, watched from his perch in the corner, his head tilted at an angle that suggested he was recording the conversation for posterity or blackmail. "Ask away," Vanessa said, her smile as practiced as a synchronized swimming routine. "Though I'm afraid I have a bearded dragon chakra cleansing in 20 minutes. "Those take time," Gumbo agreed solemnly. "Tell me about your orchid collection. I couldn't help but notice some impressive specimens in your waiting room." Something flickered behind Vanessa's eyes, a momentary short circuit in her carefully wired composure. "I've always had a green thumb. Florida's climate is perfect for orchids." "Guilty as charged." Winston squawked from his perch. "Hush, Winston," Vanessa scolded before turning back to Gumbo. "What do my plants have to do with Elias?" "Funny thing about orchids," Gumbo said, leaning forward. "They're like fingerprints. Unique patterns, distinct colorations. I spent hours looking at photos of Devereux's missing collection. His prized ghost orchids had distinctive markings, a double bloom pattern that occurs in only 1 in 10,000 specimens." He pulled out his phone, swiping to a photo he'd taken in the waiting room. "Imagine my surprise when I saw this in your lobby." Vanessa's expression remained perfectly still, like a pond that had been flash-frozen. "Many collectors have ghost orchids, Mr. Malone. With the exact same genetic mutation as Devereux's prize specimens? That's quite a coincidence." Winston flapped his wings aggressively. "Reasonable doubt. Reasonable doubt." Gumbo raised an eyebrow. "You taught your bird legal terminology?" "He watches a lot of Law and Order," Vanessa said dismissively. "Look, I purchased those orchids at a private auction in Miami last month. I have receipts." "I'm sure you do. Just like I'm sure you have an explanation for why you were leaving the pet spa at exactly 8:15 p.m. on the night you claimed to be giving a poodle a seaweed wrap." Vanessa's immaculate eyebrows arched high enough to require their own zip code. "You've been checking my security footage. Sterling provided his alibi. Said you were with him here, treating his Pomeranian for anxiety related to yacht engines. But the security cameras show you leaving at 8:15 and not returning until after midnight. Circumstantial evidence." Winston contributed helpfully. "You know," Gumbo said, ignoring the bird, "for someone who claims to barely know Elias Devereux, you seem to have acquired an awful lot of his possessions." Vanessa's composure cracked like thin ice under a sumo wrestler. "Fine. I know Elias. We had a professional relationship." "Professional?" "We supplied each other with rare specimens. Nothing illegal, just collector-to-collector transactions." "And the night he disappeared?" Vanessa stood abruptly, moving to the window. The sunlight haloed her platinum hair, creating the illusion of a corona around her head, part angel, part predator. "I wasn't with Sterling that night," she admitted. "I was at Flamingo Shores." "Devereux's development?" "I was collecting what he owed me." Her voice had hardened, the salon owner's practiced charm evaporating like morning dew on a hot sidewalk. "Elias promised me exclusive breeding rights to his ghost orchid hybrids. When I arrived, the greenhouse was empty. The orchids were gone, and so was he." "So you took what you could find," Gumbo suggested. "I took what was rightfully mine," Vanessa corrected. "We had a contract." Winston bobbed his head enthusiastically. "Breach of contract. Breach of contract. That bird knows more legal terms than my corporate attorneys," Gumbo mused. "But let's get back to the timeline. You were at Devereux's property the night he vanished." "I didn't hurt him," Vanessa insisted. "Why would I? He was worth more to me alive, his botanical knowledge, his connections. Then why lie about where you were? Because, she said, returning to her desk and slumping into her chair, I saw something that night. Something I wasn't supposed to see. What was it? Vanessa's eyes darted to Winston, then back to Gumbo. Not what? Who? There was someone else at the greenhouse that night. Someone who would do anything to keep Flamingo Shore's development on schedule. Sterling? She shook her head. Someone who works for him. Someone who handles his problems. Give me a name, Gumbo pressed. Vanessa leaned forward, her voice dropping to a whisper. I can't. But I can show you. I've been keeping evidence, insurance you might say. She reached into her desk drawer and pulled out a small flash drive. This contains photos I took that night. Security footage from my car. It's why I've been so careful, why I created the alibi with Sterling. Gumbo took the drive, his suspicions about Vanessa shifting like sand under a wave. Why give this to me now? Because, she said, her eyes betraying genuine fear, they know I saw them. And after what happened to Devereux, I don't think I'm safe anymore. Winston, as if sensing the gravity of the moment, remained uncharacteristically silent. The only sound was the distant yapping of a dog, receiving what the sign outside had advertised as a past life regression therapy. I'll look into this, Gumbo promised, pocketing the drive. But if you're playing me, Vanessa. I'm not, she interrupted. Check the drive. Then we'll talk about my connection to the black market orchid trade, a connection that pales in comparison to what's on that footage. As Gumbo left the pet spa, the Florida sun hit him like a physical force. He squinted against the glare, wondering if he'd just found a new suspect or become part of an elaborate misdirection. Either way, the case had just bloomed into something far more complex than a simple disappearance. Behind him, Winston's voice carried through the open window. Circumstantial evidence. Circumstantial evidence. For once, Gumbo hoped the legally minded bird was wrong. Chapter 11. Vanessa LaRue's greenhouse was a cathedral of botanical excess, with glass walls that rose 15 feet high, and orchids that seemed to float in midair. The humidity hit Gumbo like a wet towel to the face as he entered, his notebook already curling at the edges from the tropical microclimate. Careful with that one, Vanessa called out, as Gumbo nearly brushed against a purple-specked flower. Dendrobium, a phylum. Temperamental little diva. Costs more than your monthly boat payment. Gumbo stepped back, wondering if the universe was trying to tell him something by repeatedly placing him near expensive plants he couldn't afford. He'd returned to Vanessa's luxury pet spa under the pretense of following up on her statement, but his real purpose was to investigate the increasingly suspicious parallels between her orchid collection and Devereux's missing specimens. I appreciate you making time for me, Gumbo said, wiping sweat from his brow. The greenhouse was set to a temperature that made the Florida summer outside feel refreshingly Arctic. Anything to help find poor Elias, Vanessa replied, misting a nearby plant with a gold-plated spray bottle. Though I can't imagine what else I could tell you that would help. Gumbo's attention was drawn to a particularly striking white orchid in the corner, its petals delicate as tissue paper. Beautiful collection you have here. That one looks remarkably like a ghost orchid. It is, Vanessa confirmed with a hint of pride. Dendrophylax lindeni. Notoriously difficult to cultivate. I've had this one for about 3 years. Gumbo checked his notes with deliberate casualness. Interesting. Devereux's collection included several ghost orchids. His were a particularly rare variant from deep in the Fakahatchee Strand. Did it? Vanessa's hand stilled on the spray bottle. I wasn't aware of the specifics of Elias's collection. Really? Sterling mentioned you two had quite the rivalry going. Said you were always trying to one-up each other with rare specimens. The spray bottle resumed its rhythmic misting. Rufus exaggerates. Elias and I were colleagues, not competitors. We often traded cultivation tips. Gumbo wandered deeper into the greenhouse, past hanging baskets of orchids in impossible colors. These are remarkably similar to the ones described in Devereux's inventory, especially these miniature cattleyas. His greenhouse assistant mentioned they were unique specimens. A nearly imperceptible tightening appeared around Vanessa's eyes. Orchid enthusiasts often have similar collections. It's hardly suspicious. Of course not, Gumbo agreed amiably. Just a coincidence. Like how you happened to be with Sterling the night Devereux disappeared, providing him with an alibi that your security footage later contradicted. The spray bottle froze again. I've explained that. The timestamp on the camera was incorrect. By exactly 3 hours and 17 minutes. That's quite a specific malfunction. Winston the cockatoo chose that moment to squawk from his perch near the entrance. Guilty. Guilty as charged. Ignore him, Vanessa said with forced lightness. He picks up phrases from the crime shows I watch. Gumbo moved toward a locked cabinet in the rear of the greenhouse. Mind if I ask what you keep in here? Private collection, Vanessa replied too quickly. Experimental hybrids. Very delicate. Interesting. Devereux's assistant mentioned he kept his most valuable specimens in a similar cabinet. The one that was emptied the night he disappeared. Winston flapped his wings excitedly. Take the money and run. Take the money and run. Vanessa shot the bird a look that could have wilted the hardiest of her specimens. If you're implying something, detective, I suggest you speak plainly. Not implying anything, Gumbo said, holding up his hands in a gesture of innocence that fooled neither of them. Just finding it curious that you have species matching Devereux's missing collection, security footage with conveniently incorrect timestamps, and a bird who seems to be auditioning for a witness protection program. Vanessa's composure cracked slightly. Winston repeats nonsense. And I've been collecting orchids for years. Many collectors have similar specimens. Do many collectors also have connections to the exotic animal black market? Gumbo asked, pulling out his phone to display a photo. Because this is you at the Cypress Harbor Yacht Club with Anton Kostas, who Interpol currently has on their watch list for smuggling protected species. The color drained from Vanessa's perfectly tanned face. That was a charity event. I barely know the man. Your phone records suggest otherwise. 16 calls in the week before Devereux disappeared. Winston bobbed his head enthusiastically. Follow the money. Follow the money. Gumbo was beginning to appreciate the bird's commentary. Smart cockatoo. I wonder what else he's heard. Vanessa's professional veneer finally cracked. You have no idea what you're getting into, Mr. Malone. This goes beyond missing plants or a disappeared orchid collector. Enlighten me. I can't. Her voice dropped to a whisper. But I can tell you that Sterling isn't who you should be worried about. Look into the buyers. The collectors. The ones who pay millions for specimens that officially don't exist. Gumbo studied her face, trying to determine if this was another manipulation or a genuine warning. Are you saying you know where Devereux is? I'm saying I know why he disappeared. Vanessa glanced nervously at the greenhouse door. And if you're smart, you'll stop asking questions before you disappear too. Winston flapped his wings frantically. Run. 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 Gumbo was inclined to agree with the bird's assessment, but professional curiosity kept him rooted in place. I want names, Vanessa. I can't give you that, she said, her voice steadier now. But I can give you this. She reached into a drawer and pulled out a small black notebook. Elias left this with me for safekeeping. Said if anything happened to him, I should give it to someone who could understand its importance. Gumbo took the notebook, thumbing through pages of meticulous notes and coded entries. Why give this to me now? Vanessa's eyes darted toward the window. Because you're not the only one asking questions. And the others won't be satisfied with just answers. As Gumbo left the greenhouse, notebook tucked securely in his pocket, he couldn't shake the feeling that he was being watched. The case that had begun as a simple missing person investigation had just revealed itself to be something far more complex and dangerous. And somehow, he suspected that Sterling's doubled fee offer was about to make a lot more sense. Chapter 12. The humidity hung in the air like wet laundry as Gumbo pulled his Jeep into the gravel driveway of what could only be described as Florida's most confused architectural statement. The two-story Mediterranean meets Key West meets medieval castle monstrosity belonged to Vernon Holloway, art collector, and, according to Vanessa's hastily scrawled address, potential link in the exotic wildlife black market. This is what happens when people with money don't have friends brave enough to tell them no, Gumbo muttered to himself, eyeing the turquoise gargoyles that flanked the coral-pink portico. The doorbell played a steel drum rendition of Margaritaville, because of course it did. The door swung open to reveal a rail-thin man in his 60s, wearing white linen pants and a silk Hawaiian shirt that featured what appeared to be flamingos engaged in synchronized swimming. His silver hair was slicked back so severely it looked painted on, and his tan had crossed firmly into leather territory decades ago. "Mr. Holloway?" Gumbo asked, flashing his newly laminated pie license. "Call me Vern," the man replied, his Boston accent stubbornly intact despite what must have been years in Florida. "You must be the detective asking about Vanessa's artwork. Come in before you melt out there." The interior of the house was even more bewildering than its exterior, a museum of questionable taste where priceless artifacts shared shelf space with tourist-trap souvenirs. A genuine Picasso sketch hung next to a holographic picture of dolphins jumping over a sunset. "Nice place," Gumbo lied. "Unique." "It's a catastrophe," Vern replied cheerfully. "My third wife was an interior decorator with a cocaine habit. This was the result. I keep it this way to remind myself never to marry someone who describes colors as moods." He gestured toward a sitting room. "Drink? It's 5 o'clock somewhere, as they say." "I'm good, thanks. Just here about Vanessa LaRue." Vern's jovial demeanor flickered slightly. "Fascinating woman. Did you know she claims her paintings are done by rescue animals? Chimpanzees mostly." "So I've heard. What she doesn't advertise is that half of them contain coded information about wildlife smuggling routes." Vern led Gumbo to a sunroom where several colorful abstract canvases hung in gilded frames. "These are hers. Paid $20,000 for the collection." Gumbo stared at the chaotic splashes of color. They looked like someone gave a toddler Red Bull and finger paints. Precisely why they're perfect for hiding information. "Look closer at this one." Vern pointed to a particularly violent burst of yellows and blues. "See these brushstrokes? When mapped to nautical coordinates, they outline a route through the Gulf that avoids Coast Guard patrols." Gumbo stepped closer, squinting. "You're saying Vanessa is selling treasure maps disguised as monkey art?" "Chimpanzees, not monkeys. Common mistake." "And yes, essentially." Vern nodded, walking to a bar cart to pour himself something amber and expensive looking. "I buy them because they're amusing conversation pieces. Others buy them because they're smuggling rare orchids, exotic reptiles, and God knows what else." "How did you figure this out?" Vern sipped his drink, ice cubes clinking against crystal. "I was swindled by Elias Devereux 3 years ago. Timeshare scam. Horrible business. Lost 50 grand. Been keeping tabs on him ever since, waiting for a chance to, shall we say, equalize our accounts." "And you connected him to Vanessa through the art." "Saw him at one of her gallery showings, bidding aggressively on a specific painting. Did some digging. Found others in the same circle, wealthy people with suspiciously specific interests in her work." Gumbo pulled out his notepad. "Were Sterling and Devereux working together on this smuggling operation?" "Together? Oh no." Vern chuckled, the sound like ice cracking. "Competitors." Vanessa played both sides. "Sterling's operation brings in exotic animals, Devereux specializes in rare plants. She creates, let's call them shipping manifests for both. Outside, an iguana the size of a small dachshund wandered across the lanai, completely at home. Vern didn't seem to notice. If they're competitors, why is Sterling so invested in finding Devereux? Because, Vern said, refilling his glass, Devereux disappeared with something worth more than all his ghost orchids combined, a ledger containing details of every black market transaction for both operations. Names, dates, bank accounts. Enough to send several prominent Floridians to federal prison. And you know this how? Vern smiled, a flash of teeth too white to be original equipment. I make it my business to know things. Especially about people who've wronged me. He gestured to a wall covered in framed newspaper clippings. My collection. Florida Man headlines. Fascinating study in human behavior. Gumbo approached the wall. Dozens of outlandish headlines chronicled the bizarre misadventures that seemed uniquely Floridian. Florida Man arrested for assaulting neighbor with tiki torch over lawn ornament dispute. Florida Man claims alligator stole his golf cart. Florida Man found naked in chimney, claims he was just looking for his pet python. Most extensive collection in private hands, Vern said proudly. I find them instructive. How so? They remind me that in Florida, the line between eccentric millionaire and headline-making lunatic is thinner than most people think. He tapped his temple with a bony finger. Keeps me humble. Gumbo turned back to business. Do you know where Vanessa keeps these coated paintings? The ones not yet sold. Storage unit. Near the marina. Unit 217, if my sources are correct. Vern placed his empty glass on a side table. If you're planning to look into it, I'd suggest caution. Vanessa's security is rather enthusiastic. Ex-military types who probably didn't leave service voluntarily, if you catch my meaning. Why are you helping me? Vern's smile thinned. Because Devereux owes me money, and I can't collect from a missing man. Because Sterling is an environmental terrorist disguised as a businessman. And because, he gestured around his ridiculous home, I have nothing better to do than meddle in other people's dangerous affairs. It's what passes for entertainment when you retire to Florida. As Gumbo left, Vern called after him. One more thing, detective. When you find that ledger, I'd be interested in making an offer. For historical purposes, of course. Of course, Gumbo replied, not believing it for a second. Behind him, the steel drum Margaritaville played again, as the door closed, a cheerful soundtrack to what was becoming an increasingly dangerous investigation. Chapter 13. The morning sun baked the deck of Gumbo's stilt house as he spread his evidence across the weathered table. Photos of Vanessa's rare orchid collection, printouts of Sterling's property holdings, and a crudely drawn map of Devereux's greenhouse created a constellation of clues that refused to align into anything resembling a coherent picture. Gumbo sipped his coffee, made with actual beans this time, not the instant crystals that tasted like they'd been scraped from the bottom of a chemical plant's reject pile. He'd splurged after depositing Sterling's latest check, figuring that if he was going to obsess over a case until his eyes crossed, he might as well do it with functioning taste buds. You're connecting invisible dots, Linda had told him yesterday, her voice crackling over the phone with the particular static that suggested she was driving through Cedar Key's notorious cell service dead zone. Vanessa's just a pet spa owner with questionable taste in animal accessories. Not everyone in this town is part of some grand conspiracy. But Gumbo couldn't shake the feeling that Vanessa LaRue was more than she appeared. The evidence he'd gathered over the past week pointed to her involvement with a network of collectors. Not just animal enthusiasts, but people willing to pay obscene amounts for rare specimens that shouldn't be in private hands. His phone buzzed, sliding across the table with the determination of a drunken beetle. Sterling's number. I was just thinking about your case, Gumbo answered, leaning back in his chair, as a pelican landed on his railing with the grace of a falling refrigerator. I certainly hope so, given your hourly rate, Sterling replied, his voice carrying that distinctive tone wealthy people used when discussing money, simultaneously dismissive and obsessive. Any progress on locating Devereux? Following several promising leads, Gumbo replied, the universal code for I have absolutely nothing concrete but don't want to admit it. Excellent. I've decided to double your fee if you can resolve this matter by the end of the week. Gumbo nearly choked on his coffee. Double? I have investors flying in from Singapore. They're rather skittish about the project timeline, and Devereux's disappearance has created unfortunate rumors. I need this situation concluded. Concluded, Gumbo repeated, not liking the undertones of that particular word choice. I'll find out what happened to him, Mr. Sterling. That's my job. Of course, of course. Just remember who's paying for your services. The line went dead before Gumbo could respond. He stared at his phone, a familiar ethical queasiness settling in his stomach. Sterling had just essentially offered him a bribe to reach a specific conclusion, one that presumably didn't involve Sterling himself being implicated in Devereux's disappearance. The pelican on his railing eyed him with what Gumbo could only interpret as judgment. Don't look at me like that, he told the bird. I'm not going to falsify evidence. I'm just going to take his money while I find the actual truth. The pelican seemed unconvinced. Gumbo returned to his evidence, focusing on the photos of Vanessa's orchid collection. Something about them had been nagging at him since he'd first seen them in her private greenhouse behind the pet spa. The arrangement, the rarity of the specimens, the specialized equipment, it all seemed eerily similar to Devereux's setup. He pulled up the inventory list of Devereux's missing orchids that Linda had reluctantly shared with him. Ghost orchids, dollar orchids, skeleton orchids, all extremely rare, all requiring expert care, all potentially worth thousands to the right collectors. All present in Vanessa's private collection. Gumbo grabbed his keys and headed for his jeep, the pieces finally starting to click into place. He needed to see Vanessa's greenhouse again, this time with Devereux's inventory list in hand. The Paradise Paws Pet Spa was unusually quiet when Gumbo arrived. The parking lot, normally filled with luxury vehicles belonging to people who thought their Pomeranians needed hot stone massages, was empty except for Vanessa's sleek black Mercedes. He found her in the greenhouse, misting her orchids with a precision that bordered on obsession. Winston the cockatoo announced his arrival with a squawk that sounded suspiciously like no refunds. Mr. Malone, Vanessa greeted him without turning around. Back so soon? Your retriever doesn't need another seaweed wrap already, does he? I don't have a retriever, Gumbo replied, moving closer to examine a particularly striking purple orchid. Ghost orchid, isn't it? Dendrophylax lindeni. Extremely rare. Vanessa's hand stilled on the mister. You know your orchids. I've been learning. Fascinating plants. This one, for instance, he gestured to the delicate bloom, looks remarkably like one that went missing from Elias Devereux's collection. Many collectors have ghost orchids, Vanessa replied, her voice carefully neutral. They're rare but not unique. True. But this exact specimen, with this distinctive growth pattern and these precise markings, the odds are astronomical. Vanessa finally turned to face him, her expression a mask of professional politeness stretched thin over something harder. Are you accusing me of something, Mr. Malone? Not accusing. Observing. You have an exceptional collection here, Ms. LaRue. Or should I say, exceptional collections, plural. The orchids, the artifacts, the documentation of smuggling routes disguised as abstract art. Her eyes narrowed. I think you should leave. I think I should stay. I think we should discuss your connection to black market collectors. Or maybe your relationship with that python hunter who used to work with Devereux. Vanessa's composure cracked, just for a moment. Fear flashed across her face before she reconstructed her mask. I don't know what you're talking about. I think you do. And I think Sterling put you up to this, creating a distraction, providing him with an alibi, maybe even helping dispose of evidence. Winston the cockatoo chose that moment to squawk, guilty as charged, with unsettling clarity. That bird, Vanessa said with forced lightness, picks up the most unfortunate phrases. Gumbo stepped closer, noting the slight tremor in her hands. Help me understand what's happening here, Vanessa. Because right now, all evidence points to you being involved in Devereaux's disappearance. For a long moment, the only sound was the greenhouse's humidifier, pumping moisture into the artificial environment. Then Vanessa sighed, her shoulders slumping slightly. You have no idea what you're stumbling into, Mr. Malone, she said quietly. Some mysteries are better left unsolved. That's not how I operate. Then you'd better be prepared for the consequences. She turned back to her orchids, her dismissal clear. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have rare plants to tend to. Gumbo left the greenhouse with more questions than answers, but one thing was certain. Vanessa LaRue was neck-deep in whatever had happened to Elias Devereaux. The question was whether she was Sterling's accomplice, or another player in a game more complex than he'd initially imagined. As he drove away, he couldn't shake the feeling that he was being watched, not just by Vanessa but by someone else, someone hidden in the shadows of Cedar Key's seemingly idyllic facade. Chapter 14. The art gallery smelled of pretension and money, a combination that had always made Gumbo's wallet clench defensively in his back pocket. Framed landscapes depicting the Everglades in suspiciously vibrant hues lined the walls, each bearing price tags that could have covered his boat slip rent for a year. You're sure about this? Linda asked, eyeing a particularly abstract rendering of what might have been a manatee or possibly a semi-deflated pool float. Vanessa's financial records don't lie, Gumbo replied, keeping his voice low. Every month, exactly 3 days after Sterling's development company makes a large deposit into her account, she purchases art from this gallery. Always cash, always over $20,000. They wandered through the gallery's main showroom, feigning interest in the artwork while discreetly studying the establishment. The Golden Pelican Gallery was Cedar Key's only high-end art venue, catering to wealthy snowbirds and the occasional eccentric millionaire who mistakenly believed that decorating with local art would somehow make their monstrous beachfront mansions blend into the community. Can I help you find something specific? A voice like cultured honey poured over them. Its owner, a rail-thin woman with jet-black hair sculpted into an architectural masterpiece, glided toward them with the practiced smile of someone who could detect the difference between a platinum and regular credit card from 20 paces. Just browsing, Gumbo said, adopting the uncertain tone of a man out of his depth. My, sister here just bought a condo and needs something to class up the place. Linda shot him a look that suggested he'd pay for the sister comment later. How wonderful! The gallery owner, her name tag identified her as Margot Sinclair, clasped her hands together. We have several pieces that would be perfect for coastal living. The Rodriguez collection just arrived. His use of light captures the Gulf's essence magnificently. She led them to a wall displaying paintings of increasingly improbable sunsets, each more garish than the last. Gumbo made appreciative noises while Linda asked questions about the artist's technique that betrayed a surprising knowledge of fine art. You know your paintings, Margot observed, her interest in them notching upward along with the potential commission. I dabble, Linda replied modestly. Actually, I was hoping you might have some work by the artist who does those fascinating orchid paintings. A friend has one. I believe she purchased it here. Vanessa LaRue. Margot's smile flickered briefly, like a light bulb with a loose connection. Ah, Ms. LaRue. Yes, she's one of our most discerning collectors. The emphasis on discerning carried a weight that suggested either great respect or careful disdain. With gallery owners, it was often impossible to tell the difference. I'd love to see what she's been purchasing, Gumbo interjected. Perhaps something similar would work for the east-facing living room. I'm afraid Ms. LaRue's acquisitions are from our private collection, Margot replied smoothly. Those pieces never make it to the showroom floor. Linda's eyebrow rose a fraction. Private collection? That sounds exclusive. It is. Margot's smile now held the satisfied gleam of someone about to close a substantial sale. However, for serious collectors, I could arrange a viewing of similar works. They're by a rather reclusive artist. His orchid studies are quite unique. Unique how? Gumbo asked, trying to look like a man contemplating spending his non-existent trust fund rather than a pie chasing money laundering. Margot lowered her voice conspiratorially. They contain certain elements that appeal to nature enthusiasts with specialized interests. The artist has intimate knowledge of Florida's more secluded ecological treasures. Maps, Linda murmured, suddenly understanding. The paintings contain location markers. Margot's smile vanished like a tourist's sunscreen in August. I'm sorry. The artwork, Gumbo elaborated, dropping the wealthy browser act. They're not just pretty pictures of flowers. They're maps showing the locations of rare orchid populations. Specifically, the same varieties that disappeared from Elias Devereux's collection. The gallery owner took a step back. I think you should leave. We will, Linda agreed, producing her badge. Right after you explain how your gallery is facilitating a black market for stolen endangered plants. Margot's carefully constructed facade crumbled faster than a sandcastle at high tide. I had no idea they were stolen, she protested, voice rising an octave. The artist assured me they were legally propagated specimens. And the cash transactions? The private showings? Gumbo pressed. Discretion. Some collectors prefer privacy. Some smugglers prefer not leaving paper trails, Linda countered. Gumbo pulled out his phone, displaying a photograph of Vanessa with Sterling. When did they start working together? Margot's shoulders slumped in defeat. About a year ago. They came in together the first time. After that, she handled the purchases while he stayed in the background. And the artist? Who creates these orchid treasure maps? I've never met him. All arrangements are made through an intermediary, a man who calls himself the Pelican. Gumbo and Linda exchanged glances. Another piece of the puzzle clicked into place. We'll need records of every transaction, Linda said. And any contact information you have for this Pelican character. While Linda handled the paperwork, Gumbo wandered to the back of the gallery where a small painting hung in a dimly lit corner. Unlike the showroom pieces, this one showed a ghost orchid rendered in haunting white against a dark background of twisted mangrove roots. To the untrained eye, it was simply atmospheric art. But Gumbo had spent enough time in the Everglades to recognize the distinctive pattern of waterways depicted in the background, a specific section of protected wetlands that bordered Sterling's development. His phone buzzed with a text from Ellie. Found something in Sterling's financial records. Coffee at my place in 30. Gumbo snapped a quick photo of the painting before rejoining Linda, who was finishing up with the thoroughly deflated gallery owner. We've got our connection, he told her quietly. The artwork doesn't just show where to find the orchids. It shows exactly where Sterling's been dumping fill into protected wetlands. Stolen plants and environmental crimes, Linda said, shaking her head. All hidden in plain sight on gallery walls. The perfect cover, Gumbo agreed. Who looks too closely at bad art, hanging in a tourist trap? I heard that, Margot sniffed indignantly. Outside in the humid afternoon air, Linda checked her watch. I need to get these records back to the station. What's your next move? Gumbo thought of Ellie waiting with new financial evidence, of the mysterious Pelican brokering black market orchids, and of Sterling's empire built on environmental destruction and fraud. Follow the flowers, he said simply. They're leading us straight to the truth, and maybe to Devereux. As if in agreement, a white egret landed on a nearby lamppost, regarded them with ancient eyes, then spread its wings and headed toward the mangroves, nature's own detective following its own mysterious trail. Chapter 15. The morning dawned with the particular brand of Florida humidity that made Gumbo feel like he was breathing through a wet washcloth. He sat in his Jeep outside Vanessa LaRue's luxury pet spa, watching Linda pace impatiently while talking on her phone. Their surveillance had stretched into its fourth hour with nothing to show for it except mosquito bites in places Gumbo didn't know mosquitoes could reach. The art dealer confirmed it, Linda said, sliding back into the passenger seat. 3 of the paintings from Vanessa's gallery were originally owned by that eccentric millionaire in Sarasota whose house was robbed last month. The one with the security system that cost more than my annual salary. Let me guess, Gumbo said, lowering his binoculars. The paintings contain hidden maps to orchid locations. Bingo. And guess who's the prime suspect in the theft? A notorious art thief known as the Pelican. Please tell me that's not because he carries the paintings away in his beak. Linda's expression suggested his joke had landed with all the grace of a pelican hitting water face first. He leaves behind a single feather at each crime scene. Marine biologists confirmed they're brown pelican feathers, native to this coastline. Theatrical, Gumbo mused, reaching for his lukewarm coffee. But what's the connection to Vanessa and our missing orchid collector? That's what, Linda stopped mid-sentence, pointing across the parking lot. There. Black SUV. A sleek vehicle with windows tinted well beyond legal limits pulled alongside Vanessa's hot pink Cadillac. A tall figure in expensive linen pants and a straw Panama hat emerged, carrying what appeared to be a leather portfolio case. Even from this distance, there was something distinctive about his movements, a particular kind of calculated casualness that screamed, "I have something to hide, but I'm terribly sophisticated about it." "That's him," Linda whispered, as if the man might hear them from 50 yards away. Nathaniel Webb, a.k.a. the Pelican. Art thief, black market broker, and occasional money launderer for anyone with cash to burn and morals on ice. "He doesn't look like a pelican," Gumbo observed. "Focus, Gumbo." They watched as Vanessa emerged from her spa, air-kissed Webb on both cheeks, and gestured toward her Cadillac. Within minutes, the pair had driven away, with Gumbo and Linda following at what they hoped was an inconspicuous distance. "Where do you think they're headed?" Gumbo asked, carefully maintaining 3 car lengths between them and the garish pink vehicle. "Based on direction, either the marina or the abandoned mini-golf course on Pelican Point." Mini-golf? Seriously? It closed after that unfortunate incident with the mechanical alligator and the governor's wife. Now it's just 18 holes of weedy concrete and faded fiberglass sea creatures. Perfect for clandestine meetings. Sure enough, the Cadillac turned onto the rutted drive leading to Captain Putty's Pirate Cove Adventure Golf, its once cheerful sign now sun-bleached and partially covered with a faded condemned notice that appeared to have been repeatedly removed and haphazardly reattached. "Stay back," Linda instructed, as Gumbo pulled onto a side road. "We'll approach on foot through those mangroves." They abandoned the Jeep and made their way through the dense coastal vegetation, batting away no-see-ums and disturbing a family of raccoons that had established residence in what was once the 19th hole's tiki bar. The abandoned mini-golf course had the eerie quality of all neglected recreational facilities, the manic cheer of its pirate-themed obstacles now sinister in their decay. A giant skull with a faded eye patch leered at them as they crept past, its once white teeth now stained with mildew and bird droppings. "There," Linda whispered, pointing to a concrete structure shaped like a pirate ship that had once housed the ticket booth and snack bar. Through missing boards in what had been the ship's hull, they could see Vanessa and Webb huddled over a table, examining what appeared to be paintings. Beside them stood a third figure, a muscular man whose tight polo shirt strained against his shoulders and whose perpetual scowl suggested smiling might cause him physical pain. "That's Otto Krieg," Linda breathed. "Webb's associate. Former military contractor with a dishonorable discharge and a penchant for breaking things, including people. Charming company our pet spa owner keeps." They edged closer, straining to hear the conversation. "These are the last of the cypress swamp maps," Vanessa was saying, her French accent more pronounced than usual. "With these, we can locate all of Devereux's hidden orchid colonies." "And you're certain he's not coming back to claim them?" Webb asked, his voice a cultured drawl that spoke of expensive education poorly applied. "Darling, people who disappear in the Everglades tend to stay disappeared." A sudden squawk from overhead nearly gave Gumbo a coronary. A seagull had taken exception to their presence and was announcing it to the entire abandoned mini-golf course. Inside the pirate ship, all conversation stopped. "Check it out," Webb instructed Otto, who moved with surprising speed for someone whose neck appeared to be the same width as his head. "Time to go," Linda said, tugging Gumbo's arm. "Now." They backed away as quietly as possible, but Gumbo's foot caught on an abandoned putter, sending it clattering across the concrete. "There." Otto's voice boomed from behind them. What followed was a chase sequence that would have been comical if it hadn't involved people who might genuinely want to kill them. Gumbo and Linda sprinted through the decaying obstacles of Captain Putty's former empire, leaping over a miniature drawbridge, weaving around a pirate cannon that now housed a family of deeply offended opossums, and ducking behind a faded mermaid whose plastic smile had been partially melted by Florida's relentless sun. Otto pursued them with dogged determination, his muscles apparently unimpeded by the laws of human exhaustion. They burst out onto the main road just as a swamp tour airboat roared past, its propeller drowning out Otto's threats. The tourists aboard waved cheerfully, assuming they were witnessing some sort of Florida-themed entertainment rather than a legitimate flight for survival. "The marina," Linda gasped as they ran. "We can lose him in the crowds." They sprinted toward the docks, where, mercifully, a parasailing operation was preparing for a busy day. Tourists in life vests milled about, creating enough chaos to allow Gumbo and Linda to slip into the crowd and vanish from Otto's sight. By the time they made it back to the jeep, they were sweating profusely and out of breath, but armed with vital information. Vanessa was working with the Pelican to locate and presumably sell Devereux's rare orchids using maps hidden in stolen artwork. "Well," Gumbo panted, starting the engine, "at least this explains why she has those suspiciously similar orchids in her collection." "And why she's been so eager to help you find Devereux," Linda added. "Can't have the man showing up alive and reclaiming his botanical treasures." As they pulled away, a brown pelican watched them from atop an abandoned pirate flag, a single feather drifting from its wing onto the weathered concrete below, nature's own signature on the morning's chaotic events. Chapter 16. The skies above Cedar Key split open with the abrupt enthusiasm of a politician's promise the day after election. What meteorologists had optimistically described as isolated afternoon showers was performing a convincing impression of the biblical deluge. Gumbo, caught 3 blocks from his jeep without an umbrella, was rapidly achieving a level of saturation typically reserved for deep-sea sponges. His dash for shelter became less strategic with each passing second. Cedar Key's main drag offered limited options: an antique store selling suspiciously new artifacts, a t-shirt shop where everything inexplicably featured pelicans wearing sunglasses, and a beachfront cafe with warm yellow light spilling from Rain Street windows. The cafe won by default when a particularly vindictive lightning bolt obliterated a palm tree 50 yards to his left. The Driftwood Cafe occupied a weathered Victorian cottage that had weathered more hurricanes than most marriages survive arguments. A wraparound porch sagged at precisely the angles that made it charming rather than condemnable. Gumbo stumbled through the door, bringing approximately half the Gulf of Mexico with him. "Either you're making a dramatic entrance, or you've misunderstood the concept of beachwear," came a voice like aged bourbon over ice, smooth but with a bite at the finish. The woman behind the counter regarded him with amused green eyes. Auburn hair with elegant silver streaks was swept into a casual knot. Her linen dress spoke of understated wealth, while the flour dusting her forearms suggested she wasn't afraid of actual work. "I was caught in a business meeting with Mother Nature," Gumbo replied, attempting dignity while creating a puddle large enough to support its own ecosystem. She wasn't in a negotiating mood. Rarely is. The woman grabbed a stack of clean kitchen towels from behind the counter. Eleanor Hightower. Most people call me Ellie. Danny Malone. Most people call me Gumbo. Because you're thick, spicy, and improve over time, or because you're full of questionable ingredients? Little of column A, little of column B. He accepted the towels gratefully. I'd shake your hand, but I'd hate to dilute the carefully calibrated dampness I've achieved. Ellie's laugh was genuine, a rarity in Florida where most expressions of mirth were as artificial as the beach sand trucked in from Georgia. Sit. I'll get you something hot. You look like you could use hurricane survival coffee. Sounds ominous. It's strong enough to strip paint, but somehow still tastes like coffee. A necessity when you live in a place where evacuation routes are considered optimistic thinking. The cafe was empty, save for an elderly couple in matching parrot print shirts, who appeared to be constructing an elaborate napkin fort. Florida retirement at its finest. Gumbo attempted basic dehydration, while Ellie busied herself behind the counter. The walls were covered with framed black and white photographs of Cedar Key through various stages of hurricane recovery, fishing boats at dawn, and interestingly, what appeared to be corporate financial reports with complex annotations. Ellie returned, placing a steaming mug before him that emitted fumes potent enough to violate several EPA regulations. That's not coffee, Gumbo observed. That's coffee's angry older brother, who did time in a maximum security prison. Drink it before it becomes sentient and files for citizenship. He took a cautious sip. The liquid bypassed his taste buds entirely, making a beeline for his central nervous system. Suddenly, he could hear colors and see radio waves. Jesus, he breathed. No, just good beans and questionable brewing methods, Ellie replied. So, what brings a drowned rat private investigator to my establishment? Besides biblical rainfall. Gumbo's eyebrows rose. How did you? Small town. News travels faster than light, which I'm pretty sure violates physics but seems to work here anyway. You're the ex-corporate guy who's been poking around the Devereux disappearance. And you're remarkably well informed. I own a cafe. I'm 1/3 coffee purveyor, 1/3 therapist, and 1/3 information clearinghouse. She leaned against the counter. Plus, I read the police blotter for entertainment. Retirement gets boring. Something clicked in Gumbo's rain-addled brain. Hightower. As in Richard Hightower. The environmental consultant who died in that boating accident 3 years ago. A shadow crossed Ellie's face. My late husband, yes. I'm sorry, Gumbo said, meaning it. I came across his name while researching wetland development regulations. Richard was thorough. Honest to a fault. Her fingers traced an invisible pattern on the countertop, which isn't always appreciated in this part of Florida. Thunder rattled the windows. Outside, the rain continued its assault with renewed determination. The elderly couple had abandoned their napkin architecture in favor of an impromptu nap, heads resting on each other's shoulders. You're not just a cafe owner, Gumbo observed, nodding toward the framed financial documents. Ellie smiled, the professional mask slipping slightly. Former corporate accountant. 30 years at Meridian Financial. I specialized in forensic accounting, finding where people hid money they didn't want found. And now you bake muffins in Cedar Key? Now I live exactly how I want, in a place that doesn't require pantyhose or quarterly performance reviews. She refilled his mug without asking. Sometimes the best revenge against corporate America is to thrive without it. Gumbo felt a peculiar kinship with this woman, who had also escaped the fluorescent-lit purgatory of office life. What made you walk away? Same thing that probably drove you out. I got tired of helping wealthy people become wealthier through increasingly creative interpretations of ethics. She paused. Then Richard died investigating some environmental irregularities in a development project. Gave me perspective on what matters. The rain eased slightly, no longer attempting to recreate Atlantis on Cedar Key's Main Street. Ellie handed him a fresh towel for his still dripping hair. "Your hurricane coffee should have you sufficiently rehydrated from the inside out," she said. "Though I can't promise, it won't give you the ability to see through time." As Gumbo toweled his hair, he found himself smiling, the first genuine smile since Vanessa's alibi had begun unraveling. There was something refreshingly direct about Eleanor Hightower, a quality as rare in Florida as a natural beach. "I should get going before the next biblical plague hits," he said, reluctantly standing. "What do I owe you for saving me from becoming Cedar Key's first documented case of human dissolution by rainfall? First cups on the house for drowned private investigators." Ellie's eyes crinkled at the corners. "Next time, maybe bring an umbrella. Or at least make your dramatic entrance during business hours when I have an audience to appreciate it." Gumbo felt an unfamiliar warmth that had nothing to do with the industrial-strength coffee. As he stepped back onto the porch, the sun was already fighting through the clouds, turning puddles into miniature mirrors reflecting a suddenly more interesting sky. Chapter 17. The Cedar Key Police Department interrogation room had all the warmth of a meat locker and twice the charm. Its institutional green walls were adorned with nothing but mysterious stains that had likely been there since the Johnson administration, and not the recent one. A fluorescent light overhead flickered with epileptic persistence, as if sending coded messages to extraterrestrials with particularly low standards for communication methods. Vanessa LaRue sat primly in a metal chair, her posture suggesting she'd swallowed not just a ruler but the entire office supply store. Her designer outfit, cream linen with tasteful gold accents, looked absurdly out of place against the backdrop of municipal neglect. A small beaded purse sat in her lap, occasionally emitting suspicious scratching sounds. "Is there something alive in your purse, Ms. LaRue?" Linda asked, leaning against the wall with practiced nonchalance. She'd perfected the casual, yet intimidating stance during her years dealing with corporate executives who thought laws were quaint suggestions for the less fortunate. "My emotional support gecko," Vanessa replied without a hint of irony. "Maurice gets anxious when I'm stressed." Gumbo, sitting backward on a chair across from Vanessa, exchanged glances with Linda. They'd reached that special point in a Florida investigation where nothing seemed too bizarre to be true. "Let's revisit the night Elias Devereux disappeared," Linda said, sliding crime scene photos across the scratched metal table. "You initially stated you were at your pet spa until closing, then went directly home." Vanessa's perfectly manicured nails, painted a shade that probably had a name like Innocent Blush or Plausible Deniability Pink, tapped a nervous rhythm on her purse. Maurice the gecko made a sound that might have been reptilian support or indigestion. "I may have misremembered certain details," she admitted, brushing an invisible speck from her immaculate sleeve. "It was weeks ago, and my schedule is tremendously demanding." "Misremembered?" Gumbo repeated, the word hanging in the air like humidity in August. "The security footage we obtained shows you leaving the spa at 7:13 p.m., not 9:30 as you originally claimed." "Well, you see. And your car was photographed by a traffic camera near Devereux's property at 7:42, Linda added, sliding another photo across the table. "That's quite a detour from your direct route home." Vanessa's composure cracked slightly, like expensive porcelain developing its first hairline fracture. "I was with someone that night. Someone important. I wanted to protect his privacy." "We're not the morality police, Ms. LaRue," Gumbo said, though he'd witnessed Linda's scathing judgments of people who put pineapple on pizza. "We just need the truth about your whereabouts." Vanessa opened her purse, allowing Maurice, a startlingly turquoise gecko with judgmental eyes, to poke his head out. She stroked his tiny head with one finger, seeming to draw strength from the reptile's unwavering support. "I was with Victor Hartwell," she finally said. Linda's eyebrows shot up so quickly they nearly achieved orbit. "The real estate investor? Sterling's biggest competitor?" "The very same." Vanessa's chin lifted defiantly. We've been seeing each other for months. Victor was helping me secure financing for expanding my pet spa into the luxury emotional support alligator market. There's a surprising demand. Gumbo fought to keep his expression neutral. And you were with him the entire evening? From 7:30 until nearly dawn. A faint blush colored her cheeks. We met at his beach house. The one with the controversial helipad that the Coastal Conservation Board tried to block. I remember that case, Linda muttered. Hartwell somehow got approval, despite every environmental regulation in the book. He's very persuasive, Vanessa replied with a small smile that suggested Hartwell's persuasiveness extended far beyond municipal zoning boards. Gumbo scribbled notes, his mind racing through the implications. So you're saying Victor Hartwell can confirm your whereabouts during the time Devereux disappeared? Absolutely. You can call him right now if you'd like. She extracted a sleek business card from her purse and slid it across the table. Maurice the gecko extended a tiny foot as if wanting credit for the assist. Linda took the card, her skepticism evident in the arch of her eyebrow. We will. And if he confirms your story, we'll need to know why you lied initially. Isn't it obvious? Vanessa sighed dramatically. Victor's marriage is complicated. Open, but discreetly so. His wife understands our arrangement, but his investors might not be so progressive. Gumbo resisted the urge to roll his eyes. The wealthy and their complicated arrangements had figured in approximately 60% of his corporate investigations. We'll verify this alibi, Linda said firmly. Until then, don't leave town. As if I could, Vanessa sniffed. We're fully booked at the spa. Mrs. Abernathy's emotional support python is scheduled for his monthly massage tomorrow, and he gets positively cranky if I reschedule. After Vanessa left, Maurice giving them a tiny, possibly threatening stare over her shoulder, Linda slumped into a chair. What do you think? She asked Gumbo. I think Florida's emotional support animal regulations need serious reconsideration, he replied, rubbing his beard thoughtfully. But about Vanessa? I'm not sure. The Hartwell connection is interesting. He and Sterling have been at each other's throats over coastal properties for years. Could be a convenient alibi from a convenient rival, Linda mused. Or it could be genuine. Either way, it's another thread to pull. Gumbo leaned back, his chair protesting with an ominous creak. Speaking of pulling threads, I should check in with Ellie. She's been analyzing Sterling's financial records for inconsistencies. Linda's expression shifted subtly, a knowing smile playing at her lips. Ellie, huh? That's the fourth time you've mentioned her name in the last 20 minutes. Is it? Gumbo felt heat creeping up his neck. She's just been helpful with the financial side of things. Uh-huh. Linda's smile widened. And I suppose her being smart, attractive, and making coffee strong enough to dissolve spoons has nothing to do with your sudden interest in forensic accounting. It's professional admiration, Gumbo insisted, gathering his notes with unnecessary focus. Right. And Maurice is just a lizard, not an emotional support fashion accessory. Linda shook her head. Face it, Gumbo. You've got that same dopey look my retriever gets when someone mentions walks. Just ask her out already. We're in the middle of a case involving potential murder, environmental crimes, and apparently emotional support reptiles. It's hardly the time for, he trailed off, searching for the right word. Human connection. Happiness. Something that doesn't involve swamp mud or being shot at. Linda supplied helpfully. Gumbo had no good response to that, so he did what any self-respecting investigator would do. He changed the subject. Let's see what Hartwell has to say about Vanessa's alibi. I have a feeling this case just got a lot more complicated. Linda sighed, recognizing the deflection but letting it slide. In Cedar Key, they always do. It's like complicated is our leading export, right after questionable seafood and regrettable tourist t-shirts. As they left the interrogation room, the flickering light finally gave up its valiant struggle and went dark with a defeated buzz, as if even municipal electricity couldn't bear the weight of one more Florida mystery. Chapter 18. The Rusty Pelican Seafood Shack sat perched on stilts at the edge of Cedar Key's less fashionable harbor. Its weathered clapboard exterior, illuminated by strings of mismatched Christmas lights that the owner, Gumbo Perkins, had purchased in bulk during a post-holiday clearance sale in 1997 and never bothered to take down. The deck jutted out over the water like an afterthought, its wooden planks warped into a topographical map of Florida's more interesting hurricanes. Gumbo had chosen the place carefully. It was local enough to be authentic, remote enough to be private, and the food was good enough to impress without suggesting he was trying too hard. He adjusted his collar for the 17th time as he waited for Ellie at the corner table he'd reserved with a $20 bill slipped to Jimbo's niece, Marlene, who moonlighted as the hostess when she wasn't pursuing her dream of becoming Florida's premier interpretive mangrove dancer. "You look like you're about to give a eulogy or receive a prostate exam," Marlene observed, refilling his water glass with expert disinterest. "Relax. Women can smell desperation like sharks smell blood, and honey, you're hemorrhaging." "Thanks for the pep talk," Gumbo muttered, checking his watch. "She's late." 7 minutes, Marlene corrected, glancing at the Mickey Mouse watch on her wrist, its hands permanently frozen at 3:15. "That's fashionable. 15 minutes is making a statement. 30 minutes is stood up. You're still in the safety zone." Before Gumbo could respond, the restaurant's screen door squeaked open, and Ellie Hightower stepped onto the deck. The setting sun cast her in a golden glow that made her auburn hair shine like burnished copper. She wore a simple turquoise sundress that rippled in the Gulf breeze, and for a moment, Gumbo forgot how lungs worked. "I'm not late," she said, sliding into the chair across from him. "I'm strategically timed. If I arrived early, it would suggest eagerness. On time would indicate punctuality but lack of mystery. 7 minutes late says I care enough to show up but not enough to rearrange my life." Gumbo grinned. "Corporate training dies hard, doesn't it?" "Like cockroaches after a nuclear apocalypse," Ellie agreed, accepting the menu from Marlene. "In my division, we had 67 slides on the psychology of meeting arrivals. Slide 42 specifically covered romantic encounters. My department had a flow chart for appropriate small talk at the urinal," Gumbo countered, "with decision trees based on seniority and bladder urgency." They both laughed, and just like that, the awkwardness dissolved. "So," Ellie said, perusing the menu, "is this where you take all your suspects turned witnesses turned dates?" "You're the first suspect turned witness I've had," Gumbo admitted. "The dating pool in my line of work tends to be either criminals or cops. Neither makes for great dinner conversation." "And what am I? A palate cleanser between felons?" "You're a statistical anomaly," Gumbo said, smiling. "You make spreadsheets sexy." Ellie raised an eyebrow. "That's either the worst pickup line I've ever heard, or the most specific compliment I've received since my accountant told me my depreciation schedule was inspiringly aggressive." Their server arrived, a lanky teenager with a sun-bleached mop of hair and the 1,000-yard stare of someone who'd witnessed too many tourists try to feed chicken fingers to seagulls. "Welcome to the Rusty Pelican, where our seafood is fresher than our attitude," he recited in a monotone. "I'm Skylar. I'll be your server until my shift ends or the universe reaches thermal equilibrium, whichever comes first. Today's special is grouper caught by Jimbo's cousin Earl, who swears he didn't get it from the protected waters this time." After ordering blackened grouper for Ellie, stone crab claws for Gumbo, and a bottle of wine that Skylar described as wet and alcoholic, they settled into conversation that flowed as naturally as the tide beneath them. "I miss parts of it," Ellie confessed, swirling her wine. "The structure. The clear metrics of success. In corporate life, you always know where you stand, even if it's on a landmine." "But not the politics," Gumbo said. "The backstabbing masquerading as teamwork." "God, no. Remember those team-building retreats? Nothing says we're one big family like forced trust falls with the same people who just voted to outsource your department. I once had to participate in a 3-hour workshop called Synergizing Your Authentic Self Through Interpretive Dance, Gumbo recalled. My authentic self pulled a hamstring and spilled coffee on the VP of marketing. Ellie laughed, a sound that momentarily drowned out the gentle lapping of waves against the pilings. So what made you finally leave? Besides the dancing injuries. Gumbo considered the question as their food arrived, steam rising from the plates like morning fog off the Gulf. I got tired of helping rich people get richer by making things nobody needed. One day I realized I'd spent 20 years of my life convincing people they weren't complete without our product, when really they were incomplete because they had jobs like mine. Existential crisis in the executive suite. I'm familiar with the syndrome. What about you? Before the cafe, before everything that happened. Ellie's expression sobered. Richard and I were already planning our escape. We'd been saving, looking for small businesses to buy. Then he found those documents about Sterling's developments. He couldn't let it go. She paused, her fork hovering over her grouper. Corporate ethics training doesn't prepare you for people who have none. Gumbo reached across the table, covering her hand with his. We're going to get them, Ellie. All of them. She turned her hand over, her fingers intertwining with his. I know. The moment stretched between them, fragile and electric. Then Gumbo's peripheral vision caught movement, a familiar figure at the bar, quickly turning away. One of Sterling's associates, the man they called the accountant, though Gumbo suspected his calculations involved more broken kneecaps than balance sheets. Don't look now, Gumbo murmured, but we have company at the bar. Sterling's numbers guy. Ellie's grip tightened on his hand. Coincidence? About as coincidental as alligators at a golf course water hazard. Should we leave? Gumbo shook his head slightly. Not yet. We don't want to spook him. Besides, he added with a smile that didn't quite reach his eyes, I haven't tried the key lime pie yet, and I've been told it's a religious experience. Well, Ellie said, her voice steady despite the danger, I'd hate to deny you a spiritual awakening. Above them, the strings of Christmas lights twinkled like uncertain stars, and somewhere in the mangroves, an egret called out a warning that went unheeded by the diners enjoying their seafood, unaware of the currents of danger swirling just beneath the surface of their peaceful evening. Right Chaper 19 to 28 and 30, Claude skipped them. Chapter 19. The police station erupted into chaos with a suddenness that would have impressed even the most seasoned hurricane veterans. One moment, Eliza sat handcuffed to a chair, her reporter's notebook confiscated, her press credentials dangling uselessly around her neck. The next, 6 feet of prehistoric reptile came skittering across the linoleum floor, its prehistoric jaws snapping at the ankles of Cedar Key's finest. Sweet mother of, Officer Daniels yelped, leaping onto his desk with surprising agility for a man whose primary exercise consisted of dunking donuts. That's Brutus. Jimbo bellowed from the doorway, his camouflage overalls splattered with what appeared to be marshmallow fluff. He's not dangerous unless you're holding chicken. Unfortunately, Officer Daniels had been enjoying a chicken salad sandwich, chunks of which now decorated his uniform like edible confetti. Gumbo seized the moment of pandemonium to slide next to Eliza. When I said I'd get you out, this wasn't exactly the plan, he muttered, producing a paperclip from his pocket and attacking her handcuffs with the precision of someone who'd misspent a significant portion of his youth. Improvisation is the mother of not getting arrested, Eliza whispered back, her eyes tracking Brutus as the juvenile alligator performed an impressive figure 8 around the squad room. Technically, you're already arrested, Gumbo pointed out as the cuffs clicked open. We're just renegotiating your accommodations. Across the room, Detective Hastings was pinned against the water cooler, her expression suggesting she was mentally calculating the paperwork this incident would generate. Her eyes met Gumbo's, and for a fleeting moment something like understanding passed between them, a professional courtesy between two people who recognized the difference between law and justice. She turned deliberately toward the window, suddenly fascinated by the parking lot's collection of poorly maintained squad cars. "Move," Gumbo urged, guiding Eliza toward the rear exit while Jimbo continued his theatrical pursuit of Brutus, now bellowing something about endangered species regulations and emotional support animal rights. They slipped out the back door, into the kind of Florida afternoon that felt like breathing through a hot, wet blanket. Gumbo's ancient Jeep waited behind the dumpster, its faded paint job a testament to its owner's preference for function over fashion. That was either the most brilliant jailbreak in history or the most ridiculous, Eliza gasped, throwing herself into the passenger seat as Gumbo cranked the ignition. "In Florida, those categories frequently overlap," he replied, peeling out of the parking lot with enough urgency to send a colony of nesting ibises into indignant flight. "Besides, Jimbo owes me after I helped him avoid that bigamy charge." "Bigamy?" Eliza raised an eyebrow. "He accidentally married the same woman twice. Different hair color, same social security number. Easy mistake when you're on a 3-day tequila bender with a traveling circus." The Jeep bounced over a pothole large enough to qualify for its own zip code, and Eliza clutched the dashboard with white knuckles. "Where are we going?" "Somewhere they won't look for us," Gumbo said, veering onto a dirt road that appeared to lead directly into the most unforgiving section of the Everglades. Devereaux's old cabin. It's about as off-grid as you can get without leaving the atmosphere. "The man who's been missing for weeks?" "That Devereaux." "The very same. Don't worry, he's not using it at the moment, what with being mysteriously absent and all." The road, if one could dignify it with such a term, deteriorated into a barely visible track through sawgrass and cypress knees. Spanish moss draped from the trees like the beards of drowned sailors, and the occasional splash from the murky water suggested they were not alone in their journey. "How do you even know where this place is?" Eliza demanded, as they jolted over what felt like the skeleton of a small school bus. "Professional curiosity," Gumbo replied cryptically. "Plus, I may have borrowed his mail once or twice to establish a pattern of movement." The cabin appeared suddenly through the trees, a weathered structure built on stilts that seemed to have grown organically from the swamp itself. Solar panels tilted at precarious angles on the roof, and a collection of rain barrels lined one wall like sentinels. "Home sweet temporary fugitive hideout," Gumbo announced, killing the engine. "Devereaux was paranoid about being found, which makes this perfect for our needs." Inside the cabin was a curious blend of rustic survival lodge and high-tech surveillance hub. Notebooks filled with cryptic botanical observations lined the shelves, while a sophisticated ham radio set occupied one corner. A wall of photographs documented rare orchid species, each labeled with GPS coordinates in a meticulous hand. What kind of botanist needs military-grade binoculars and a gun safe? Eliza wondered aloud, running her finger along a dusty bookshelf. "The kind who discovers things people will kill to keep secret," Gumbo replied, checking the cabin's perimeter. Devereaux wasn't just cataloging plants. He was documenting environmental crimes. Eliza's reporter instincts visibly sharpened. The same crimes linked to Operation Sandcastle. Bingo. And if I'm right, the people who tried to frame you for something are the same ones who made Devereaux disappear. Outside, a gator bellowed in the gathering dusk, a primordial sound that made the hair on the back of Gumbo's neck stand at attention. He pulled the shutters closed and fired up the generator, which sputtered to life with the reluctance of a teenager asked to do chores. "We should be safe here," he said, not entirely convinced. "At least until Ellie can work her magic on the digital trail." Eliza collapsed into a chair that creaked ominously. "And if she can't?" Gumbo's smile didn't quite reach his eyes. "Then we'll be having a very intimate conversation with the local wildlife." As if in response, something large slithered beneath the cabin with a splash that sounded distressingly close to applause. Chapter 20. Dawn broke over the Everglades with all the subtlety of a neon sign in a monastery. Shafts of golden light pierced through the cypress canopy, illuminating dancing motes of pollen and mosquitoes engaged in their morning aerobics. Gumbo stood on the cabin's small porch, nursing a mug of coffee so strong it threatened to dissolve the ceramic, his eyes scanning the horizon with the practiced wariness of a man who'd learned the hard way that Florida's beauty often concealed its deadliest elements. "You look like you're expecting the apocalypse," Eliza said, emerging from the cabin with her own mug, her hair twisted into a messy bun secured with what appeared to be a pencil. "Just the usual morning greeting from Mother Nature," Gumbo replied, nodding toward a 14-foot alligator sunning itself on a nearby mud bank. "I've named him Congressman. He's got dead eyes and seems to be waiting for someone to make a mistake." Eliza snorted into her coffee. "How did you sleep?" "Like a man expecting to be murdered in his sleep, one eye open and one hand on a weapon." He stretched, his spine popping in protest. "Devereaux's idea of a mattress appears to be burlap sacks stuffed with Spanish moss and regret." The burner phone in Gumbo's pocket vibrated, its buzz causing a nearby egret to take flight with an indignant squawk. He checked the screen, his expression darkening. "Ellie?" Eliza asked, instantly alert. "Yeah. We've got company coming. Professional trackers, hired through a shell company that traces back to our friends at Operation Sandcastle." He pocketed the phone and grabbed his binoculars. "Time to move." Eliza's reporter instincts kicked in. "How much time?" According to Ellie's sources, they launched airboats from the marina about 20 minutes ago. Given the water level, and the fact that they're probably armed better than most small countries, I'd say we have approximately 30 minutes before things get interesting. They moved with the efficiency of people who'd already mentally rehearsed this scenario, gathering essential supplies and documents. Gumbo retrieved a waterproof backpack from under a loose floorboard, stuffing it with Devereaux's notebooks and a portable hard drive. "What about transportation?" Eliza asked, strapping a surprisingly professional camera around her neck. "I don't hear you mentioning the Jeep." "Because we're not taking it," Gumbo replied, pulling back a ragged tarp to reveal a flat-bottomed skiff tucked under the cabin stilts. Devereaux's escape plan. Shallow draft, electric motor, designed to navigate the back channels where bigger boats can't follow. Outside, the swamp had come alive with morning activity. Herons stalked the shallows with prehistoric precision, while turtles jockeyed for prime sunning positions on half-submerged logs. Somewhere in the distance, a mystery creature made a sound like a rusty hinge being operated by a vengeful ghost. "We're going deeper into the Everglades?" Eliza asked, as they loaded their gear into the skiff. "Isn't that counterintuitive when being pursued by people who want us dead?" "Perfectly intuitive," Gumbo corrected, helping her into the boat. "They'll expect us to head for civilization. Besides, I know these waterways better than most. Had an unfortunate career detour involving airboat tours and wrestling demonstrations." "You wrestled airboats?" "Alligators." The airboats were surprisingly cooperative. As they pushed off from the small dock, Gumbo's keen ears picked up the distant whine of engines, the distinctive sound of airboats moving at high speed through the marsh. He kept the electric motor on its lowest setting, navigating through a labyrinth of mangrove tunnels where branches formed a canopy so dense it turned morning into perpetual twilight. "How can you even tell where we're going?" Eliza whispered, instinctively keeping her voice low as they glided through the emerald darkness. "The water remembers," Gumbo replied, his eyes fixed on subtleties in the current that would be invisible to anyone who hadn't spent countless hours in these wetlands. "Every channel has its own personality. This one's shy but reliable, leads to a hidden prairie that's impossible to spot from the air." The engine sound grew louder, echoing confusingly through the swamp. Gumbo cut their motor completely, letting the natural current carry them deeper into a tunnel of green. They drifted in silence, the only sounds the occasional plop of a disturbed fish and their own carefully measured breathing. Then came the voices, clipped professional tones that spoke of military training and substantial paychecks. Heat signatures indicated recent occupation, a man's voice echoed across the water. They can't have gotten far. Spread out, came another voice, this one carrying the distinctive accent of South Africa's Western Cape. 5-meter intervals. Watch for signs of passage. Gumbo and Eliza exchanged glances in the green-filtered light, a silent communication born of shared danger. He pointed to a fallen cypress, whose massive trunk created a natural hollow just above the waterline. With barely a ripple, they maneuvered the skiff into the shadowy recess, pulling mangrove branches down to conceal their position. Through a small gap in the foliage, Gumbo counted 3 airboats, each carrying men whose expressions suggested they solved problems permanently rather than diplomatically. Their gear, high-end tactical vests, communications equipment, and rifles that definitely weren't for hunting deer, spoke of serious funding and deadly intent. "Roberts, take the North Channel," the South African directed, pointing toward a water path that would lead them away from Gumbo and Eliza's position. "Henriksen, the east. I'll continue south." As the boats separated, Eliza's camera clicked quietly, documenting the hunters' faces and equipment. Gumbo raised an eyebrow at her professional detachment in the face of mortal danger. "Pulitzer material," she whispered with a hint of satisfaction. Just as the last airboat disappeared around a bend, a massive splash erupted 50 yards away. A bull alligator, bigger than any Gumbo had seen this season, surfaced with theatrical timing, its scarred snout and missing eye instantly recognizable. "Old Scarback," Gumbo breathed, a mixture of awe and affection in his voice. "The swamp's guardian angel." The ancient reptile bellowed, a primordial roar that echoed through the channels. Instantly, the airboat engines revved to life, all 3 changing course to investigate the sound, exactly opposite from Gumbo and Eliza's hiding place. "Did that just happen?" Eliza asked, her skepticism warring with what she'd witnessed. "Did an alligator just create a diversion for us?" "Scarback's been patrolling these waters since before Disney decided Florida needed more tourists," Gumbo replied, waiting until the engine sounds faded before easing the skiff back into open water. "Some say he's the reincarnation of a Seminole warrior. Others think he's just a very intelligent reptile with a grudge against airboats." "And what do you think?" Gumbo smiled, a genuine expression that softened the worry lines around his eyes. "I think we just got the Everglades seal of approval. Now let's find that airstrip before our friends figure out they've been outsmarted by a creature whose brain is the size of a walnut." As they glided deeper into the swamp's embrace, the sky above them transformed from crystal blue to a tapestry of gathering clouds. Nature's own camouflage, obscuring their passage from any eyes that might be watching from above, as if the entire ecosystem had conspired to shield them from those who would do harm to its hidden secrets. Chapter 21. The Florida night pressed against Gumbo's face like a damp washcloth, as he and Eliza crouched in the suffocating underbrush. Mosquitoes held what appeared to be their annual convention on every exposed inch of his skin, while somewhere nearby, a chorus of frogs performed what sounded like a drunken rendition of Bohemian Rhapsody. "Tell me again why we couldn't just call the authorities," Eliza whispered, her reporter's notebook already damp with sweat as she clutched it against her chest. "Because," Gumbo replied, adjusting the night vision binoculars Devereux had helpfully left in his cabin, "half the local authorities are on Rourke's payroll, and the other half think we're criminals with overactive imaginations." They had been waiting for nearly 3 hours, their bodies contorted into positions that would make a yoga instructor wince. The hidden airstrip, little more than a flattened stretch of grass with solar-powered runway lights, lay before them, its existence a middle finger to every zoning law in the state. "Something's coming," Eliza hissed suddenly, grabbing Gumbo's arm with enough force to leave fingerprints. A distant drone grew steadily louder, materializing into a twin-engine Cessna that approached without navigation lights, skimming the tops of the cypress trees with reckless confidence. The pilot executed a landing that suggested either exceptional skill or a complete disregard for personal safety. "Get the camera ready," Gumbo instructed, his voice low. "Whatever comes off that plane, we need evidence." The aircraft taxied to a stop, near a collection of seemingly abandoned storage sheds. For a moment, nothing happened. Then, like a scene from a low-budget spy movie, a pair of headlights blinked twice from the edge of the clearing. A panel truck emerged from the tree line, its white exterior pristine despite the muddy terrain, the kind of cleanliness that screamed, "We regularly power wash away evidence." "That's Rourke's landscaping truck," Gumbo noted. Subtle. Because nothing says legitimate business like midnight deliveries in the middle of protected wetlands, Eliza muttered, her camera clicking rapidly. The plane's cargo door swung open, casting a rectangle of harsh light onto the makeshift runway. A figure emerged, silhouetted against the brightness, tall, lean, and moving with the precision of someone who'd done this many times before. "That's Hargrove," Gumbo whispered. "Rourke's exotic specimen acquisition specialist. Former zookeeper, turned animal smuggler with a side business in expensive orchids." "Charming career path," Eliza commented dryly. 3 more figures descended from the plane, carrying what appeared to be specialized transport crates. Even from a distance, Gumbo could make out the ventilation holes and biohazard symbols. "Holy Mother of," Eliza began, as the first crate was set down and partially opened for inspection. Inside, illuminated by the truck's headlights, was a magnificent clouded leopard, its spotted coat unmistakable even at this distance. The sedated animal's chest rose and fell slowly, its world about to change from Asian highlands to some Florida millionaire's private menagerie. "There's your endangered species connection," Gumbo said grimly. "Rourke's not just smuggling orchids." The next crate revealed a pair of scarlet macaws, their brilliant plumage dulled by tranquilizers but still vibrant against the night. A third contained what appeared to be a small primate, its eyes reflecting the headlights like tiny mirrors. "They're not even trying to hide it," Eliza breathed, her camera working overtime. Hargrove and his team worked with practiced efficiency, transferring the crates to the truck while a thin man in an expensive suit, incongruous in the swampy setting, checked items off a clipboard with meticulous attention. "That's Finley," Gumbo said. "Rourke's accountant. He handles the special inventory." "Well, well," a new voice drawled from directly behind them. "Looks like we got ourselves some wildlife enthusiasts." Gumbo and Eliza whirled around to find themselves staring at the business end of a shotgun held by a man whose neck was wider than his head, a biological mystery that momentarily distracted Gumbo from the more pressing issue of potential death. "Evans," Gumbo identified the man, his mind racing. "How's the anger management class going? Still doing those breathing exercises?" Evans' scowl deepened, the shotgun unwavering. "Funny man. Boss said you might show up. Said you couldn't help yourself." "It's a character flaw," Gumbo agreed. "I'm pathologically opposed to seeing protected species trafficked by men with the moral compass of a dung beetle." Evans' brow furrowed as he attempted to process the insult. "Stand up." Slowly. As they complied, Eliza's camera slipped from her grasp, landing with a muffled thud in the undergrowth. Evans' eyes flicked toward the sound, and Gumbo seized the momentary distraction to launch himself forward, driving his shoulder into the larger man's midsection. What followed was a struggle that could generously be described as undignified. Gumbo, despite years of corporate team-building exercises that supposedly enhanced coordination, found himself grappling with Evans in the mud while Eliza scrambled to retrieve her camera. "Run!" Gumbo shouted as Evans' meaty hand closed around his throat. Instead, Eliza grabbed a fallen branch and swung it with the conviction of someone who'd spent her life dealing with unwanted advances from journalism professors. The wood connected with Evans' temple with a satisfying thunk, and his grip loosened. Gumbo rolled away, gasping. "I thought reporters were supposed to observe, not participate." "I believe in immersive journalism," Eliza replied, helping him to his feet. A shout from the direction of the airstrip indicated their struggle hadn't gone unnoticed. Lights swung in their direction, cutting through the darkness like searchlights. "Time to go," Gumbo declared, grabbing Eliza's arm. They crashed through the underbrush with all the grace of drunken elephants, pursued by the sounds of men who were significantly more familiar with the terrain. Somewhere ahead lay the creek where they'd hidden Devereux's aluminum John boat, their only realistic escape route. "Wait," Eliza gasped, pulling up short. "The camera." "Leave it. It has the evidence." "It has the memory card," Gumbo corrected, fishing something from his pocket. "Which I removed while you were playing Babe Ruth with Evan's head." Eliza's relieved smile was briefly visible in the moonlight before they resumed their headlong flight through the swamp. Behind them, the sounds of pursuit grew louder, punctuated by colorful curses that suggested Evans had recovered and was not pleased about his throbbing head. They burst from the tree line at the edge of a narrow creek where the John boat waited, partially concealed by overhanging branches. Gumbo helped Eliza aboard, then shoved off with enough force to send them drifting into the current. "Did you get clear shots?" he asked as he started the small outboard motor which sputtered to life with surprising enthusiasm. Eliza nodded, clutching the memory card like it contained the secrets of the universe. "Everything." "Hargrove, Finley, the animals, the plane's registration number." She paused, her expression suddenly shifting to horror. "Gumbo, I know that pilot." "What?" "The pilot. When the lights hit him, I recognized him." Her voice dropped to a whisper. "It's Trevor Blackwood." Gumbo's eyebrows shot up. "Your journalism rival? The one who writes puff pieces about Rourke's developments?" "The same," Eliza confirmed. "He's not just writing propaganda, he's actively involved." The boat rounded a bend in the creek, and Gumbo cut the motor, letting them drift silently while they listened for pursuit. The night had returned to its natural symphony of frogs and insects, with no human voices to disturb the chorus. "We need to get this to Linda," Gumbo said finally. "She may be the only person in law enforcement we can trust." Eliza nodded, her fingers still wrapped protectively around the memory card. "And we need to warn Devereux. If they're expanding their operation like this, no one connected to the story is safe." As if in agreement, a massive shape surfaced briefly alongside their boat. Old Scarback, the legendary alligator, his ancient eyes reflecting the moonlight as he regarded them with what Gumbo could have sworn was approval before disappearing beneath the dark waters. "Even the local wildlife is on our side," Gumbo murmured, restarting the motor. "Let's hope it's enough." The John boat moved steadily downstream, carrying its cargo of truth through the heart of the Everglades, while behind them, men with guns and no scruples searched the darkness for prey that had slipped through their fingers, at least for now. Chapter 22. The sunset painted the Everglades in hues of amber and crimson, a deceptively serene backdrop for what Gumbo suspected would be the least serene evening of his relatively new career as a private investigator. Devereux's cabin creaked and settled around them, the cypress wood expanding and contracting with the temperature changes like a living, breathing entity. "They're coming," Eliza whispered, peering through a gap in the shutters. Her camera hung around her neck, ready to document whatever mayhem was about to unfold. 3 of them. 2 looked like they bench-pressed small cars for fun. Gumbo checked his ancient revolver, a relic inherited from his grandfather that had previously been fired exactly twice, once at a water moccasin and once at a particularly aggressive coconut that had fallen near his head during a nap. Neither shot had connected with its target, which didn't bode well for the current situation. "Remember the plan," he murmured, tucking the gun into his waistband where it immediately began to sweat weld itself to his lower back. "If things go sideways, I run for the airboat and don't look back," Eliza finished, her expression suggesting she had absolutely no intention of following these instructions. "At least pretend you're going to listen to me," Gumbo sighed. "I'm a journalist. We're constitutionally incapable of running away from danger. It's in our bylaws, right after the part about never revealing our sources and always knowing where the free food is." The sound of boots crunching on the shell path leading to the cabin silenced their exchange. Gumbo positioned himself beside the door, while Eliza slipped into the shadows of the cabin's far corner, her camera lens glinting like a predator's eye in the fading light. The door splintered open with a crack that sent a family of tree frogs evacuating their home in the cabin's eaves. A mountain of a man stepped through, his neck approximately the same circumference as his head. Behind him came a sinewy figure whose expression suggested he'd been weaned on lemons and disappointment, followed by a third man Gumbo recognized immediately, Rourke's head of security, a former military contractor whose online profile boasted of problem-solving skills but conspicuously omitted any mention of the problems he'd solved involving shallow graves and quicklime. "Well, well," the security chief drawled, his voice like gravel being crushed under tractor tires. "Danny Gumbo Malone. Slumming it in the swamp now?" "Archer," Gumbo nodded, as if they were encountering each other at a neighborhood barbecue rather than a remote cabin surrounded by alligators and mutual distrust. "I'd say it's good to see you, but my mother taught me not to lie to men who can snap my spine one-handed." Archer's lips twitched in what might have been a smile if his face remembered how. "Smart woman. Shame her sons a few sandwiches short of a picnic. You know why we're here. I'm guessing it's not to renew my subscription to Corrupt Developers Monthly." The mountain that was Archer's first companion stepped forward, knuckles cracking with the acoustic enthusiasm of bubble wrap. "Boss says we bring you in. Didn't specify how many pieces." "Charming," Gumbo replied, calculating the odds of making it to the door before Mountain Man could crush his windpipe. The math wasn't encouraging. "But I think there's been a misunderstanding. We're just enjoying a little nature retreat. Bird watching. Communing with the mosquitoes. Very therapeutic." "Cut the crap, Malone," Archer snapped. "You've got evidence that doesn't belong to you. Photos. Documents. Hand it over, along with the reporter's camera, and maybe you walk out of here under your own power." A tense silence filled the cabin, broken only by the distant bellow of a bull alligator announcing its romantic intentions to the swamp at large. "That's funny," Gumbo said slowly, "because I was under the impression that evidence of environmental crimes and wildlife trafficking belonged to the judicial system. My mistake. Must have missed that day in pie school." Archer's hand moved to his waistband, and suddenly the cabin was a powder keg waiting for a match. "Last chance, Malone. Hand it over." "I'd rather eat a live scorpion," Eliza called from her corner, her voice steady despite the danger. "With a side of fire ants." All three men turned toward her voice, and in that moment of distraction, Gumbo executed what he would later describe as an improvised tactical diversion but with more screaming. He upended a nearby table, sending Devereux's collection of rare orchid specimens flying through the air like botanical shrapnel. What followed was a chaotic symphony of crashing furniture, colorful profanity, and the distinctive sound of Archer's companion discovering that the cabin floor had a weak spot directly above the swamp. The resulting splash was accompanied by a reptilian greeting that suggested the local wildlife was interested in making his acquaintance. "The pit," Gumbo yelled to Eliza, ducking under a wild swing from Mountain Man. "Remember the pit." Understanding dawned in her eyes. During their exploration of the cabin's surroundings, they discovered Devereux's ingenious defense system, a camouflaged pit filled with enough mud to swallow a man whole without actually drowning him, a humane trap designed to hold trespassers until authorities could arrive. Eliza darted for the door, camera clutched protectively to her chest. Gumbo followed, narrowly avoiding Archer's grasp as the security chief lunged for him. They burst onto the cabin's porch, the swamp's night chorus reaching a crescendo around them. Mountain Man followed, his boots thundering on the weathered boards. Gumbo veered sharply to the left, leading their pursuit away from the airboat and directly toward the camouflaged pit. "You can't run forever," Archer shouted from behind them, his voice echoing across the water. "I don't need forever," Gumbo called back. "Just about 3 more seconds." As if on cue, Mountain Man's bulk crashed through the carefully arranged layer of palm fronds and disappeared into the pit with a surprised yelp and a sound like a hippopotamus doing a belly flop. Archer, running too close behind, had just enough time to register the trap before joining his companion in Devereux's muddy embrace. The resulting tableau: two professional enforcers trapped chest-deep in swamp mud, their expressions a perfect blend of rage and indignity, was too perfect not to document. Eliza's camera clicked rapidly, capturing what would become the most memorable evidence photos of the case. "You're dead, Malone," Archer sputtered, mud dripping from his chin. "When Rourke hears about this, he'll what? Admit to sending armed men to assault a licensed private investigator and a journalist." Gumbo leaned over the pit's edge, careful to stay out of grabbing range. "I don't think so." "You don't know what you're dealing with," Mountain Man growled, his attempt at menace somewhat undermined by the lily pad perched jauntily on his head. "That's where you're wrong," Eliza said, stepping forward. Her expression had shifted from journalistic detachment to something more personal, more fierce. "I know exactly what I'm dealing with. Rourke didn't just destroy protected land and traffic endangered species. He killed my father." The revelation hung in the humid air, heavy as a thundercloud. Gumbo turned to her, seeing for the first time the real motivation behind her relentless pursuit of the story. "Martin Mercer," she continued, her voice steady despite the emotion behind it. "Environmental activist who accidentally drowned while documenting illegal dredging 3 years ago. My father." Archer's expression shifted, a flicker of recognition crossing his mud-spattered face. "Mercer. That tree hugger who was always trying to protect what men like Rourke destroy," Eliza finished. "And now, I have enough evidence to finish what he started." As if punctuating her declaration, a distant rumble of thunder rolled across the Everglades. Gumbo placed a steadying hand on her shoulder, feeling the tension thrumming through her body like a live wire. "We need to move," he said softly. "The storm's coming in, and I doubt our friends here want to be mud marinade when the rain starts." Eliza nodded, her moment of revelation past but not forgotten. "What about them?" Gumbo smiled grimly. "I think they could use some time to cool off and reflect on their career choices. We'll call Devereux's ranger friend once we're clear. He can decide whether to rescue them or let the mosquitoes have a buffet." They headed for the airboat, leaving behind the colorful threats and increasingly creative profanity of their trapped pursuers. The first heavy drops of rain began to fall as Gumbo fired up the engine, its roar scattering a flock of egrets from the nearby cypress trees. "Your father," Gumbo said as they skimmed across the darkening water. "Why didn't you tell me?" Eliza's fingers tightened around her camera. "Because I needed to be a journalist first, not a daughter seeking revenge." And now, she turned to face him, her eyes reflecting the determined spirit that had driven her investigation from the beginning. "Now I'm both. And Rourke is going to regret ever hearing the name Mercer." The airboat sliced through the water, leaving Archer and his companion to contemplate the unique discomforts of an Everglades mud bath, while overhead the gathering storm promised that the night's adventures were far from over. Chapter 23. The sunrise painted Cedar Key in unnatural pastels, the kind of colors that belonged on overpriced beach towels sold to tourists who'd return home with sunburns shaped like their phone cases. Gumbo watched the display from the deck of his temporary floating home, a cup of coffee strong enough to dissolve dental work cooling in his hands. His cell phone vibrated across the weathered wood like an enthusiastic insect. The number was blocked, which in Gumbo's experience meant either a telemarketer with impeccable timing or someone about to make his day significantly more complicated. "Malone," he answered, keeping his voice neutral. "Mr. Malone." The voice was female, cultured, with the careful enunciation of someone who had spent significant sums on elocution lessons. "I believe we have mutual interests that would benefit from a face-to-face conversation. I'm flattered, but I'm not currently in the market for timeshares, salvation, or extended car warranties." A soft laugh, genuine but restrained. "How about freedom from prison for you and your journalist friend? Does that interest you?" Gumbo straightened, abandoning his slouch against the railing. "You have my attention." The Mangrove Cafe on Tortoise Island. 2 hours. Come alone, leave your phone, and if you tell Detective Hastings, I'll know. The line went dead before Gumbo could respond. 30 minutes later, Ellie's voice crackled through the burner phone that had become their primary method of communication since the police station alligator incident. It's a trap, she stated flatly. A neon sign flashing, sitcom obvious trap. Probably, Gumbo agreed, changing into his third least suspicious shirt. But we're running out of options faster than a nudist colony during mosquito season. At least tell Eliza where you're going. She's stress napping. Besides, plausible deniability works better when you're genuinely clueless. Gumbo. Ellie's concern was palpable even through the static. I'll be careful. Promise to only get shot in non-essential body parts. That's not remotely comforting. Tortoise Island existed in that peculiar liminal space between tourist trap and local secret. Its only access was via a ferry that departed whenever Captain Pete felt the celestial alignment was favorable, which conveniently coincided with having enough passengers to justify the fuel cost. The Mangrove Cafe perched at the water's edge, its structure suggesting an ongoing negotiation with gravity that could be resolved unfavorably at any moment. Inside, ceiling fans stirred the air with arthritic lethargy, and mismatched furniture hinted at a decorating philosophy best described as opportunistic scavenging. Gumbo chose a corner table with clear sightlines to both exits. He ordered key lime pie from a waitress whose name tag read Destiny in glitter letters above the crossed-out names Hope and Moonbeam. Witness protection? He inquired mildly. Career confusion, she replied, snapping her gum with professional precision. Like your generation had finding yourself, except we do it publicly on Instagram. The pie arrived just as the cafe door swung open to admit a woman wearing oversized sunglasses and a silk scarf that probably cost more than Gumbo's boat. Her movements were precise, economical, the carefully calibrated gestures of someone who'd been taught that grace was next to godliness, and ostentation was merely a failure of taste. Mrs. Mayer, Gumbo acknowledged as she slid into the seat across from him. Or do you prefer Vivian? Vivian Kingston removed her sunglasses with a deliberate flourish. Her eyes were sharp, intelligent, and rimmed with the particular exhaustion that comes from maintaining appearances while your world disintegrates around you. I prefer the woman who's about to save your investigation, she replied, declining Destiny's offer of pie with a practiced smile. Just green tea, thank you. Once Destiny retreated to the counter, Vivian leaned forward. My husband is being blackmailed by Samuel Rourke. Has been for nearly 3 years. Gumbo maintained a neutral expression, while his mind raced through implications faster than a greyhound chasing an electric rabbit. That's quite an opening statement. I don't have time for the dance, Mr. Malone. My husband will be persuaded to sign the final approval for Operation Sandcastle tomorrow morning. After that, even God couldn't untangle the legal protections Rourke has constructed. Why come to me? Why not the police or FBI? Vivian's laugh held all the warmth of an autopsy room. The last environmental inspector who went to the authorities ended up relocating to the bottom of the Gulf. Besides, Rourke has photos. Compromising ones, I assume? Let's just say the mayor's fondness for recreational pharmaceuticals and company that isn't mine would end more than our marriage. Gumbo took a thoughtful bite of pie, its tartness providing counterpoint to the sour taste of corruption. So what exactly are you offering? Vivian reached into her purse and extracted a small USB drive, sliding it across the table with the practiced discretion of someone who'd passed illicit items before. Access codes to Rourke's private server. Presidential-level encryption couldn't keep out my husband's former IT director before his mysterious boating accident. People in Cedar Key have an alarming number of aquatic misfortunes, Gumbo observed. The benefit of waterfront property, Vivian replied grimly. Bodies tend to float away from the crime scene. Gumbo pocketed the drive. Why now? What changed? Something flickered across Vivian's carefully composed features, a crack in the aristocratic veneer. They killed Simon Westfield last week. Made it look like suicide. The environmental activist? He was also my brother, she said softly. Half-brother, technically. Mother's indiscretion with the gardener. Very cliché, I know. We kept the connection private for obvious reasons, but Simon he was the real thing. Actually believed in causes beyond his own advancement. The revelation rewrote Gumbo's mental map of Cedar Key's power dynamics. Vivian Kingston wasn't just the mayor's decorative spouse. She was the hidden player whose motivations had remained obscure until now. The server contains everything, she continued, her composure restored. Financial records, blackmail materials, detailed plans for Operation Sandcastle. Rourke keeps it all there, protected by his arrogance and the belief that no one would dare move against him. And what do you want in return? I want Rourke destroyed, she said simply. Not arrested, not fined, destroyed. I want him to experience what it feels like when everything you've built crumbles beneath you. Revenge isn't as satisfying as Hallmark movies suggest. I'll take my chances. Vivian replaced her sunglasses, effectively ending the conversation. The access codes changed tomorrow night. Whatever you're going to do it before then. As she stood to leave, Gumbo asked one final question. Why me? Why not go to Eliza Mercer directly? She's the journalist. Vivian paused, her smile thin. Because Ms. Mercer wants a story. You want justice. And I've found that vengeance and justice occasionally arrive at the same destination, even if they take different routes. She departed with the same measured grace with which she'd arrived, leaving behind only the faint scent of expensive perfume and the USB drive now burning a hole in Gumbo's pocket. Destiny appeared at his elbow, coffee pot hovering expectantly. Refill. You look like you just swallowed something that disagreed with your entire philosophy of life. That obvious? Gumbo asked, pushing his cup toward her. Honey, I'm a waitress in a tourist trap that locals only visit for clandestine meetings. Reading facial expressions is cheaper than cable television. She filled his cup with coffee black enough to absorb light. Besides, everyone knows Vivian Kingston doesn't do social calls with rumpled private investigators unless the apocalypse is scheduled for next Tuesday. Gumbo glanced at his watch. Close enough. Outside, the ferry horn bellowed, a sound somewhere between a foghorn and an asthmatic elephant. Captain Pete had apparently decided the stars were aligned, or more likely, his beer supply was running low. It was time to gather the team. Operation Sandcastle was about to face an unexpected tide. Chapter 24. The server room in the basement of Rourke's private island mansion had all the charm of a nuclear fallout shelter designed by someone who'd watched too many James Bond movies. Steel-reinforced walls painted an aggressive shade of gunmetal gray, surrounded rack upon rack of humming servers, each blinking with the rhythmic persistence of electronic heartbeats. The air conditioning blasted at temperatures that would make penguins reach for sweaters, presumably to keep the equipment from overheating, or perhaps to keep intruders uncomfortable enough to leave. Remind me again why breaking into a billionaire's private server room seemed like a good idea. Gumbo whispered, his breath forming little clouds in the frigid air. Eliza, hunched over a keyboard with the intensity of a bomb technician, didn't bother looking up. Because his wife gave us the access codes, and we need proof that will hold up in court. And because you've got a death wish, Gumbo muttered, keeping watch at the door. The man has security guards with faces that look like they were carved from granite, using smaller pieces of granite. Stop being dramatic and watch the door, Eliza replied, her fingers dancing across the keyboard with the confidence of someone who'd spent her formative years hacking into her high school's grade system. Mrs. Rourke said we have 20 minutes before the security protocols reset. Gumbo checked his watch, a waterproof model that had survived 3 hurricanes, a brief submersion in quicksand, and an unfortunate encounter with old Scarback's digestive fluids. 17 minutes and counting. Whatever you're going to find it fast. The screens flickered to life, bathing Eliza's face in an ethereal blue glow. I'm in, she breathed, the triumph in her voice reminiscent of archaeologists discovering long-lost civilizations. And holy mother of Gumbo, you need to see this. Abandoning his post reluctantly, Gumbo moved to peer over her shoulder. The screen displayed a complex web of shell corporations, offshore accounts, and transaction histories that would give even the most jaded IRS agent heart palpitations. Operation Sandcastle, Eliza said, pointing to a folder icon labeled with a stylized palm tree. It's not just about developing protected beaches or smuggling exotic animals. With a double click, the folder exploded into a constellation of documents, spreadsheets, and photographs. Gumbo's eyes widened as he scrolled through the files. It's a money laundering operation, he whispered, on a scale that would make cartel kingpins weep with envy. Eliza nodded, her reporter's instincts practically vibrating with excitement. Look at these transaction routes. Money from illegal wildlife trafficking goes into the construction companies, which build overpriced and unnecessary infrastructure on the resorts. The inflated costs are written off as business expenses, and the cleaned money comes out as legitimate profit. And the environmental officials, who mysteriously retire wealthy. Paid off through consulting contracts with subsidiaries, Eliza finished. But that's just the beginning. She clicked through to another folder, this one marked Judicial Investments. Inside were detailed dossiers on 7 state judges, 3 federal magistrates, and most disturbingly, 2 high-ranking officials at the Environmental Protection Agency. Blackmail, Gumbo breathed. He's got them all in his pocket. Worse, Eliza replied, her voice unnaturally calm. He's got transcripts of their private chambers discussions. Someone's been bugging judicial offices. The implications cascaded through Gumbo's mind like a row of particularly explosive dominoes. That's why the environmental lawsuits always fail. The judges are compromised before the cases even reach the courtroom. Eliza inserted a thumb drive into the computer, her hands steady despite the enormity of their discovery. And here's where it gets really interesting. The special cargo mentioned in the shipping manifests? It's not just exotic animals. New files appeared on screen, photographs of ancient artifacts, pottery shards, and what appeared to be primitive gold jewelry. Each item was meticulously catalogued with GPS coordinates that corresponded to the coastal development sites. Archaeological treasures, Gumbo said, the pieces finally clicking into place. The protected lands aren't just environmentally significant. They're burial grounds, Eliza confirmed. Calusa and Tequesta artifacts dating back thousands of years. Rourke's been quietly excavating them and selling them on the black market to collectors who don't mind a little cultural genocide with their home decor. Gumbo felt his stomach twist. And the government officials who could stop him are either blackmailed, bribed, or both, Eliza finished, her voice tight with controlled fury. This goes beyond simple corruption. It's systematic dismantling of environmental and cultural protections for profit. The computer emitted a soft chime, indicating the file transfer was complete. Eliza removed the thumb drive and slipped it into a waterproof pouch around her neck. 11 minutes, Gumbo warned, glancing at his watch. We need to move. As Eliza began methodically erasing evidence of their digital presence, Gumbo's phone vibrated. The screen displayed a message from Ellie, urgent. Sterling talking to Rourke. Mentioned loose ends and bothersome reporter. Get out and OW. Change of plans, Gumbo said, showing Eliza the message. We're officially on the clock. I need 2 more minutes to cover our tracks, Eliza insisted, her fingers flying across the keyboard. If they discover we've been here. The distinctive sound of heavy boots on marble flooring echoed down the corridor outside. Gumbo's hand instinctively moved to the small of his back, where his service weapon rested in a waterproof holster. Time's up, he whispered urgently. Exit strategy B. Eliza nodded grimly. yanking the thumb drive from the computer and shutting down the system with a series of practiced keystrokes. Through the service tunnel. Unless you prefer to explain to Rourke's security team that we're conducting an impromptu census of unnecessarily dramatic server rooms. They slipped through a maintenance door, just as the main entrance to the server room swung open. Through the narrowing gap, Gumbo caught a glimpse of a man in an expensive suit flanked by 2 security guards whose biceps had biceps. The service tunnel smelled of mildew, and the particular brand of regret that comes from realizing you're crawling through a dark, damp space while being pursued by people with guns and a generous definition of appropriate force. "Did you see his face?" Eliza whispered, as they navigated the narrow passage. "That was Victor Hartwell. Vanessa's alibi. Which means either she's in deeper than we thought, or..." "Both their stories are fabricated," Eliza finished. "Hartwell's working with Rourke, not against him. The rival developer angle is just a smokescreen." They emerged from the tunnel into a small equipment room that opened onto the mansion's meticulously manicured grounds. The moon hung low and heavy over the gulf, casting a silver path across the water, a path that led directly to the small inflatable boat they'd stashed among the mangroves. "We've got what we came for," Gumbo said, surveying the grounds for security patrols. "And it's bigger than we ever imagined. This isn't just about smuggling exotic animals or building illegal resorts. It's about power," Eliza said, her eyes reflecting the moonlight with an intensity that matched her determination. "The power to rewrite laws, ignore regulations, and erase history, all for profit." As they made their way toward the water, keeping to the shadows cast by decorative palm trees imported from some distant island at enormous expense, Gumbo couldn't shake the sensation that they'd stumbled onto something far darker than they'd anticipated. "You know what this means," he said quietly as they reached the waterline. "With this evidence, we're the most dangerous people in Florida right now." Eliza's smile was grim but determined as she clutched the thumb drive containing the digital equivalent of a nuclear bomb. "Good thing we've got friends in strange places." As if on cue, the distinctive shape of old Scarback surfaced nearby, his ancient eyes reflecting the moonlight like primordial beacons. The massive alligator seemed to regard them with what might have been approval, if alligators were capable of such emotions. "See," Gumbo said, helping Eliza into the boat. "Even the local wildlife is on our side." "Let's hope it stays that way," Eliza replied, casting a final glance at Rourke's illuminated mansion. "Because we're about to make some very powerful people very unhappy." Chapter 25. Detective Linda Hastings slammed her ancient Toyota Corolla into park with enough force to send ripples through the puddle-filled potholes of the police station parking lot. 3 months of administrative leave, what the department euphemistically called a professional reflection period, had done nothing to soften her approach to automotive care. The car, like her patience, was running on fumes in spite. She snatched the cardboard box containing her personal effects from the passenger seat, one slightly wilted fern named Herbert, a coffee mug proclaiming "World's Okayest Detective," and a framed photo of her cat wearing the expression of someone who'd witnessed too many crime scene photos. The nameplate reading, Det. L. Hastings, lay on top like a tombstone for her temporarily deceased career. The station looked exactly as she'd left it. The same water stain on the ceiling resembling Richard Nixon's profile, the same flickering fluorescent tube in the hallway performing its impression of a disco strobe. Even the smell remained consistent: burnt coffee, desperation, and the faint aroma of whatever Officer Mendez kept microwaving for lunch. Well. Look what the Administrative Review Board coughed up," drawled Sergeant Wilkins, his mustache twitching like an electrocuted caterpillar. "Thought you'd be halfway to Miami by now, opening a beachside psychic detective agency." "Missed you too, Wilkins," Linda replied, dropping her box onto her desk with a thud that sent Herbert's fronds quivering in distress. "Turns out the fortune-telling market is saturated. Too many people predicting Florida man's next masterpiece." She surveyed her desk, which appeared untouched since her hasty departure 3 months ago, right after the incident with the mayor's idiot nephew, a stolen police cruiser, and 17 flamingo lawn ornaments arranged in an anatomically suggestive tableau. The disciplinary board had called it conduct unbecoming. Linda preferred creative problem-solving. "What's the hot gossip?" she asked, settling into her chair, which protested with a screech worthy of a B-movie horror soundtrack. "Anyone solved the mystery of what's actually in the vending machine's egg salad sandwich while I was gone?" Wilkins snorted. "You've got more pressing mysteries. Chief wants to see you. And you've got visitors waiting in interview 3. Your old buddy Gumbo Malone and some reporter who's been writing about environmental corruption. They're both technically wanted for questioning, but the APB is selective in its enforcement." Linda's eyebrows shot up. "Malone's involved in the Operation Sandcastle business? The one all over the papers?" "Up to his neck, which in the Everglades means the alligators have already gotten a taste." Wilkins tossed a thick case file onto her desk. "Consider it your welcome back present. Corruption, endangered species trafficking, possible murder, and enough jurisdictional overlap to give the county attorney an aneurysm." "You remembered my favorite things," Linda deadpanned, flipping open the file. Her eyes widened as she scanned the summary. "Holy, is that Samuel Rourke?" The Samuel Rourke. The very same Florida real estate baron whose name appears on half the buildings and most of the environmental violations in 3 counties, Wilkins confirmed. "Word is, he's got judges and environmental officials in his pocket deeper than the keys in a toddler's diaper." Linda grabbed her coffee mug and headed for the break room. This would require caffeine of nuclear proportions. The station's coffee maker, affectionately named Old Faithful for its tendency to erupt without warning, gurgled ominously as she approached. "You might want to wear safety goggles," Officer Rodriguez warned, nursing what appeared to be third-degree burns on his wrist. "It's been temperamental since the lightning strike." "The coffee maker got struck by lightning? Inside the station?" "Florida," Rodriguez shrugged, as if this explained everything. Which, Linda reflected, it typically did. Armed with a mug of what resembled motor oil but smelled significantly worse, Linda headed for interview 3. She paused outside the door, studying Gumbo and his companion through the one-way glass. Gumbo looked like a man who'd recently auditioned for the role of swamp creature in a low-budget horror film. His clothes bore the distinctive patina of someone who'd been living rough in the Everglades: mud, more mud, and unidentifiable stains that probably had their own ecosystem. His beard had progressed from ruggedly handsome to potentially housing small mammals. The woman beside him was clearly Eliza Mercer, whose byline had been appearing with increasing frequency above stories about environmental corruption. She maintained the focused intensity of a journalist on the verge of a career-making story, her notebook clutched like a talisman despite the coffee stains and water damage evident on its pages. Linda pushed through the door with the dramatic timing she'd perfected during her years on the force. "Well, if it isn't Swamp Thing and Lois Lane. You two look like you've been using the Everglades as both office and hotel." "Linda." Gumbo's face split into a genuine grin. "Heard they finally let you off the administrative chain gang. Turns out you can only make a detective organize cold case files for so long before it constitutes cruel and unusual punishment," Linda replied, settling into the chair across from them. "Now, want to tell me why you've been playing hide-and-seek with the law while I've been alphabetizing reports on stolen garden gnomes?" Eliza leaned forward, her eyes feverishly bright. "Detective Hastings, we have evidence of a massive conspiracy involving Samuel Rourke, corrupt officials, and an environmental crime spree that would make Captain Planet have an existential crisis." "We've connected the dots," Gumbo added. "Operation Sandcastle isn't just about illegal development. It's a cover for wildlife trafficking and money laundering on a scale that would make Colombian cartels whistle in appreciation." Linda took a contemplative sip of her coffee, immediately regretted it, and set the mug aside with the caution one might use when handling weapons-grade plutonium. "You realize you're both technically fugitives, right?" "You," she pointed at Eliza, jumped bail with the help of a suspiciously convenient alligator incident. And you, she shifted her finger to Gumbo, aided and abetted while interfering with an active investigation. Technically true, Gumbo conceded, but also technically we've gathered more evidence in 3 weeks of fugitive status than the department has in 3 months of official investigation. We couldn't trust the system, Eliza said, her reporter's instinct for dramatic statements kicking in. Not when Rourke has half the county officials in his pocket. Linda's skeptical expression remained fixed, but something shifted behind her eyes. You've got 5 minutes to convince me this isn't just another one of Malone's swamp fever hallucinations. And it better be good enough to justify me risking what's left of my career. Gumbo and Eliza exchanged glances, then simultaneously pushed forward a waterproof case containing a flash drive, a stack of photographs, and what appeared to be a partially decomposed ledger book. How about physical evidence linking Rourke to illegal dredging operations, endangered species trafficking, bribes to 3 county commissioners, and a bonus blackmail scheme targeting a federal judge? Gumbo offered. Linda flipped through the photos. Nighttime construction in clearly marked protected areas, exotic animals in shipping crates, and men in expensive suits handing envelopes to familiar government officials. Well, she said finally, closing the file with a decisive snap, looks like I picked the wrong 3 months to miss work. She leaned forward, lowering her voice. You realize if even half of this is legitimate, we're talking about taking on one of the most powerful men in Florida. That's why we needed you, Eliza said earnestly. Someone inside the system we could trust. Linda's laugh had the dry quality of someone who'd seen too much of human nature to maintain many illusions. Trust is a luxury in law enforcement, like functional air conditioning or bathroom breaks during stakeouts. She paused, studying them both. But sometimes you've got to gamble with what little you have. She stood, decision made. Let's take this somewhere more private. I know a place where even the roaches aren't on Rourke's payroll. As they slipped out the back door of the station, the Florida sun beat down with the intensity of an overeager interrogator, promising that things would only get hotter from here. Chapter 26. The War Room, as Ellie had grandly dubbed it, was actually the back office of the Driftwood Cafe. Maps covered every available surface, red string connecting photos like some deranged spider had spun a web while high on methamphetamine. Empty coffee cups formed a miniature Stonehenge on the desk, testament to sleepless nights fueled by Ellie's infamous hurricane brew. Let me get this straight, Linda Hastings said, pinching the bridge of her nose. You want to conduct a sting operation at a public event attended by the mayor, half the state's environmental officials, and a man who once fed his business rival to an emotional support crocodile. Allegedly fed, Gumbo corrected, capping a red marker. The case was dismissed due to the unfortunate disappearance of the crocodile in question, which coincidentally appeared as luxury handbags the following season, Eliza added, not looking up from her laptop where she was typing with the focused intensity of someone diffusing a bomb through interpretive dance. The detective shook her head. This is insane. Even by Cedar Key standards, which, I remind you, include the Naked Pirate Festival, and that time the town council tried to declare independence because of a dispute over pelican-shaped mailboxes. Ellie stepped forward, her auburn hair pulled back in a no-nonsense bun that somehow made her look more formidable than the sidearm strapped to Linda's hip. Insanity is watching these people destroy protected wetlands and launder money through fake conservation projects while the rest of us pretend it's normal. The air conditioning wheezed asthmatically, struggling against Florida's relentless humidity. Outside, a pelican dive-bombed a tourist holding an unguarded fish sandwich, resulting in a squawk that could have been from either party. Besides, Gumbo added, we have Trevor Blackwood now. As if summoned by dark magic, the door swung open to reveal a man whose appearance suggested he'd recently lost an argument with both gravity and fashion. Trevor's usually immaculate hair stuck out at angles Einstein would have found concerning, and his designer shirt bore mysterious stains that looked suspiciously like the Driftwood's signature key lime pie. "I've been in protective custody for 48 hours, Trevor announced to no one in particular. "Do you know what federal agents consider adequate accommodations? A motel where the cockroaches have formed their own government and elected a mayor." "Did you bring it?" Eliza demanded, ignoring his complaints with the ease of someone who'd been doing it professionally for years. Trevor patted his messenger bag. One federal wire, complete with enough recording equipment to capture a gnat's fart from 50 paces. "Agent Morales says if we mess this up, we'll be relocated to witness protection in North Dakota." "There are worse places," Linda mused. "Name one," Trevor challenged. "The bottom of Rourke's swimming pool with concrete flippers," Ellie suggested helpfully. Trevor paled. "North Dakota has a certain pastoral charm I've always admired." Gumbo unrolled the latest blueprint across the table, weighted at the corners with a fossilized conch shell, a paperweight shaped like a manatee in a bikini, a rather suspicious-looking tiki statue, and what appeared to be a petrified Cuban sandwich. "Tomorrow at 10 a.m., Rourke and his associates will gather for the groundbreaking ceremony of Sandcastle Resort," he began, tracing the layout with his finger. "The governor's sending a representative. The mayor will be there with his mysteriously wealthy environmental charity board, and every corrupt official who signed off on the permits will be standing on a literal crime scene, smiling for cameras. While illegally filled wetlands sink beneath their Gucci loafers," Eliza added with journalistic venom. "We'll have 3 teams," Ellie continued, switching seamlessly to her corporate presentation voice. "Gumbo and Eliza will work the crowd in disguise, planting recording devices and gathering final evidence. Linda will coordinate with the federal agents positioned around the perimeter. I'll be in the communications van with Trevor, monitoring everything." "Why am I stuck in a van?" Trevor protested. "Because you have the survival instincts of a lemming with an inner ear infection," Eliza replied without looking up. "Fair point." Linda examined the blueprints skeptically. "And what exactly prevents Rourke from recognizing you too? Your faces have been plastered across every security briefing in 3 counties. Gumbo grinned and pulled out a duffel bag that emitted a faint smell of theatrical adhesive and regret. "This is where my brief and inglorious career in the Pensacola Community Theater production of Guys and Dolls finally pays off." From the bag emerged 2 of the most convincing disguises that could be assembled from a combination of thrift store finds, professional makeup kits, and what appeared to be items borrowed from the Cedar Key Historical Society's exhibit on eccentric local personalities. "You'll be going as Thurston Merriweather III, luxury spa consultant and ardent fan of white linen suits," Ellie explained, holding up an ensemble that screamed, "Colonial plantation owner meets cocaine distributor." "And Eliza will be Dr. Adelaide Thornberry, renowned orchid specialist from the non-existent Institute of Rare Botanical Conservation," Gumbo added, presenting a tweed outfit with elbow patches and horn-rimmed glasses that would have made librarians everywhere nod in solemn approval. Trevor examined the disguises with the critical eye of someone who'd once done an exposé on counterfeit designer handbags. These might actually work, especially if Rourke is distracted by the mayor's speech, which, based on previous civic events, will combine the excitement of watching paint dry with the intellectual stimulation of a turnip. The plan continued taking shape as afternoon mellowed into evening. Equipment was tested, contingencies were established, and escape routes were mapped with the precision of people who understood that in Florida, the difference between success and alligator food often came down to preparation. As darkness fell, they stood on the cafe's back porch, watching lightning flicker silently over the Gulf, nature's own reconnaissance mission. "You realize if this works, we'll have taken down one of the biggest environmental crime syndicates in Florida history," Linda said, her voice unusually soft. "And if it doesn't, we'll be having a lovely reunion in the Federal Witness Protection Program," Trevor added. "I hear North Dakota has excellent witness protection crafting circles." "It will work," Eliza insisted with the conviction of someone who'd built a career on exposing truths others tried to bury. It has to. Gumbo stared out at the water, where old Scarback's distinctive silhouette cut through the waves. The ancient alligator, seemingly patrolling the coastline he'd claimed long before humans arrived with their blueprints and bulldozers. "Tomorrow we find out if justice still exists in Florida," he murmured, "or if it's just another endangered species." A distant thunder rumbled, either atmospheric approval or cosmic laughter. With Florida, it was always hard to tell the difference. Chapter 27. The sun beat down on the future home of Sandcastle Resort, with the relentless enthusiasm of a timeshare salesman who'd spotted a tour bus of retirees. The makeshift stage, erected on what had once been protected wetlands, gleamed with an excess of red, white, and blue bunting that made it look like America itself had thrown up patriotism all over the lumber. "This disguise itches in places I didn't know I had places," Gumbo muttered, adjusting the salt and pepper mustache that threatened to detach itself every time he perspired, which, given the August heat, was approximately every 3 seconds. Beside him, Eliza tugged at her platinum blonde wig. "At least yours isn't melting. I'm pretty sure my scalp is now permanently bonded with synthetic hair fibers." They stood among the crowd of dignitaries, investors, and carefully selected everyday citizens who'd been promised free shrimp cocktail in exchange for enthusiastic applause at designated intervals. A high school marching band massacred Stars and Stripes Forever with the confidence of musicians who'd practiced almost twice. "Target at 2 o'clock, Ellie's voice came through the nearly invisible earpiece Gumbo wore. She was parked in a catering van across the street, coordinating their movements with military precision. "Rourke just arrived with the mayor." "And well, that's interesting." "What?" Gumbo asked, pretending to cough into his handkerchief. "The mayor looks like someone's holding his dog hostage. His smile's so forced, it might qualify as a facial muscle injury." Gumbo casually turned, scanning the approaching vehicles. Samuel Rourke emerged from a gleaming black SUV, his white linen suit somehow repelling both wrinkles and moral accountability. The mayor followed, his usual bombastic confidence replaced by something that looked suspiciously like dread. "Are surveillance devices ready?" Gumbo asked, pretending to examine the glossy program that promised sustainable luxury and environmentally conscious opulence, two concepts that went together like alligators and ballet. "All 23 microphones and 8 cameras are in position," Eliza confirmed, smiling vacantly like the socialite she was pretending to be. "Trevor's team is standing by, and Linda has 4 unmarked vehicles waiting for the signal." The ceremony began with the predictable pageantry of all events, designed to make destruction look like progress. A local minister blessed the ground that had already been desecrated by preliminary excavation. A children's choir sang something about tomorrow's dreams while standing on what had been a nesting ground for endangered shorebirds yesterday. Rourke took the stage with the practiced ease of a predator who'd long ago realized that charm was more efficient than teeth. "Friends, neighbors, visionaries," he began, his voice carrying across the crowd with the help of a sound system that cost more than most of the audience earned in a year. "Today marks not just the beginning of a resort, but the dawn of a new era for our beloved coastline." Gumbo slipped through the crowd, nodding appreciatively at all the right moments while placing tiny recording devices disguised as commemorative pins on the lapels of key players. "Dawn of a new era," he muttered sarcastically. "More like sunset on functioning ecosystems." "I heard that," Ellie chuckled in his ear. "Save the environmental poetry for your memoir. Focus on Westergaard at your 3 o'clock. He's got the briefcase." Gumbo spotted the thin, nervous man clutching a leather portfolio case as if it contained the nuclear codes. Westergaard, Rourke's accountant and keeper of the incriminating ledgers that would prove the money laundering operation, extended all the way to state officials. "On it?" Gumbo murmured, sidling toward the man with the practiced nonchalance of someone who'd infiltrated enough exclusive gatherings to make social invisibility an art form. Meanwhile, Eliza had positioned herself near the stage, her press credentials hidden beneath her disguise, her phone capturing every word as Rourke continued his sermon of self-congratulation. Some have claimed this development violates environmental protections, Rourke acknowledged with a practiced look of wounded sincerity. To them I say, progress and preservation can dance together if the music is composed with wisdom. That metaphor's so mixed it needs a bartender, Eliza whispered into her communication device. The mayor approached the podium next, his steps reluctant, his usual booming voice subdued. He adjusted his tie 3 times before speaking, a nervous tic that those who knew him recognized as his tell when lying under oath. "As your mayor," he began, then paused, looking out over the crowd with an expression that hadn't been in the rehearsal. "As your mayor, I've always promised to put our community first." Rourke shifted uncomfortably beside him, his smile calcifying. "Today," the mayor continued, going determinedly off script, "I stand before you with a heavy heart." A murmur rippled through the crowd. Rourke's hand moved toward the mayor's shoulder, a friendly gesture to the audience but unmistakably a warning to the man speaking. 15 years I've served this town," the mayor said, his voice finding strength in what appeared to be a belated attack of conscience. 15 years of compromises. Small ones at first. Then bigger. Until suddenly, you're standing on bulldozed wetlands pretending it's progress. "What is happening right now?" Ellie hissed through the earpiece. "Unscheduled integrity," Gumbo replied, watching Rourke's face transition from confusion to fury with the fluidity of a man who'd practiced his emotions in a mirror. "Mayor Talbot," Rourke interjected smoothly, reaching for the microphone. "Perhaps the heat." "The heat's been on for years," Mayor Talbot responded, surprising everyone by maintaining control of the podium. "And I've been sweating bullets knowing what we've done to this coastline. What I've allowed to happen." Security guards began moving toward the stage, but froze when they noticed federal agents strategically positioned throughout the crowd, suddenly shedding their disguises like cicadas molting. "Now," Ellie's voice commanded through the earpieces. The next 47 seconds unfolded with choreographed chaos. Federal agents converged on key members of Rourke's organization. Trevor Blackwood's investigative team emerged from their positions, badge-wielding journalists with the power of federal subpoenas. Linda's police units blocked all exit routes with synchronized precision. Rourke, ever the survivor, lunged toward the rear of the stage where a speedboat waited at a hastily constructed dock, his emergency extraction plan now his only hope. "He's making for the water," Gumbo shouted, ripping off his disguise and giving chase with the reckless disregard for personal safety that had become his professional signature. Rourke had a 15-yard head start and the desperate energy of a man facing decades in federal prison. He leapt onto the dock, sprinting toward the waiting boat where his pilot already had the engine rumbling. What happened next would become local legend, retold in every bar along the coastline with increasing embellishment. As Rourke reached the boat, his Italian leather shoes slipping slightly on the dew-damp wood, an enormous shape erupted from the water beside the dock. Old Scarback, 14 feet of battle-scarred alligator wisdom, lunged upward with prehistoric precision. His massive jaws didn't snap at Rourke, which would have transformed a corruption case into something far messier. Instead, he crashed against the dock itself, sending a shudder through the hastily constructed platform. The section beneath Rourke's feet collapsed, plunging the developer into 3 feet of brackish water and decades of karma. By the time Gumbo reached him, Rourke was sputtering in the shallows, his white linen suit transformed into a sodden gray second skin, Old Scarback observing from a respectful distance with what appeared to be reptilian satisfaction. "Samuel Rourke," Gumbo said, reaching down to offer assistance that was as much restraint as rescue, "I believe some federal agents would like to discuss your creative approach to environmental regulations and international banking laws." Behind them, the groundbreaking ceremony had transformed into the most efficient mass arrest in Florida's history, which, given the state's rich tradition of corruption scandals, was saying something. As Gumbo led a dripping, defeated Rourke back toward shore, Old Scarback slipped beneath the surface, his ancient eyes conveying something that looked remarkably like justice before disappearing into the waters he'd protected longer than any human law. Chapter 28. The Sandcastle Resort, groundbreaking ceremony resembled a wildlife documentary where predators and prey mingle at the same watering hole during a drought, an uneasy alliance born of necessity rather than preference. Under a massive white tent that could have housed a moderately successful circus, Florida's elite gathered on folding chairs that sank unevenly into the sand with each shift of weight. Gumbo adjusted his fake mustache, which had begun to peel at one corner thanks to the apocalyptic humidity. His disguise, borrowed from Jimbo's extensive collection of emergency identities, consisted of khaki shorts hiked to his ribcage, a tropical shirt featuring copulating flamingos, a pattern Jimbo had insisted was just dancing birds until shown under proper lighting, and a Panama hat that had weathered at least 3 owners and 1 minor boat fire. "Stop touching it," Eliza hissed through her smile, her own disguise consisting of a platinum blonde wig and the kind of aggressively bedazzled sunglasses favored by celebrities trying to avoid being recognized while simultaneously demanding attention. "You look like you're attempting to communicate in semaphore with your eyebrows." "This adhesive is melting into my bloodstream," Gumbo muttered. "I'm going to have a Tom Selleck mustache permanently tattooed on my DNA." They moved casually through the crowd, Eliza distributing champagne flutes from a tray while deftly planting wireless microphones beneath tables. Gumbo glad-handed his way through clusters of developers, each handshake leaving behind a nearly microscopic recording device stuck to gold watches and Italian suit cuffs. "There's our friend the mayor," Gumbo said through his fixed smile, looking about as comfortable as a vegetarian at a barbecue competition. Indeed, Mayor Wilson stood near the stage, perspiring not just from the heat, but from what appeared to be existential dread. His handkerchief was engaged in a losing battle against his forehead's determined moisture production. His wife stood beside him, her serene smile belying the vice grip she maintained on his elbow, knuckles white with what could have been either support or threat. "Rourke just arrived," Eliza whispered, nodding toward the entrance where Samuel Rourke made his entrance with the subtlety of a peacock at a funeral. His white suit gleamed so aggressively, it seemed to generate its own light source, and his entourage moved with the synchronized precision of pilot fish around a particularly narcissistic shark. "Looks like he brought company," Gumbo observed. "Front row, 3rd seat. Our friend from Fish and Wildlife." "And isn't that the judge who threw out the environmental impact lawsuit last month?" "The very same," Eliza confirmed. Also spotted 3 state representatives, the port commissioner, and what appears to be an actual foreign diplomat. This is either a groundbreaking or the world's most obvious criminal conspiracy convention. Trevor Blackwood slipped through the entrance, looking significantly more sober and serious than his usual self. He caught Gumbo's eye and offered an imperceptible nod. The signal. The federal agents were in position. "Ladies and gentlemen," boomed the master of ceremonies through speakers powerful enough to disturb nesting birds in the next county, "please take your seats for this historic occasion." The crowd migrated toward their assigned seating with the reluctant shuffle of people who had already consumed too much free champagne while wearing shoes inappropriate for sand navigation. From their position near the stage, Gumbo and Eliza had perfect sightlines to the main players in what was about to become Florida's most spectacular public implosion since the governor tried to wrestle an animatronic alligator at Disney World. Mayor Wilson approached the podium with the enthusiasm of a man walking to his own tax audit. He tapped the microphone twice, producing feedback that sent exotic birds scattering from nearby trees. "Welcome," he began, his voice catching slightly. "Welcome to this significant day for our community." Gumbo noticed the mayor's eyes darting toward his wife, who gave him a nearly imperceptible nod. Something in the mayor's posture changed, a straightening of the spine, a firming of the jaw. "Before we proceed," the mayor continued, visibly abandoning his prepared remarks, "I feel compelled to share some concerns that have recently come to my attention." A murmur rippled through the crowd. In the front row, Rourke's expression shifted from smugly triumphant to mildly constipated. "While development is crucial to our economy," the mayor pressed on, his voice gaining strength, it cannot come at the expense of our natural heritage or legal obligations. Recent information suggests that the environmental impact studies for this project may have been compromised. Rourke half rose from his seat, his face flushing to match the complex shade of a Florida sunset reflecting off toxic algae. Before he could intervene, the side flaps of the tent parted like theatrical curtains, revealing a coordinated influx of individuals sporting windbreakers with various acronyms: FBI, EPA, FWS. "What is the meaning of this?" Rourke thundered, abandoning his seat to storm toward the podium. "Wilson, you spineless." "Samuel Rourke," came a voice from behind him as Trevor Blackwood stepped forward, flashing credentials that definitely weren't from his tabloid newspaper. "You're under investigation for environmental crimes, fraud, money laundering, and trafficking in endangered species." The explosion of activity resembled a disturbed fire ant colony. Developers lunged for exits, only to find agents waiting. The judge who had dismissed the environmental lawsuit attempted to swallow what appeared to be a flash drive, resulting in an undignified Heimlich maneuver performed by an EPA officer. 3 separate officials simultaneously claimed diplomatic immunity, including, mysteriously, a man selling timeshares. Rourke, displaying the situational awareness of a concussed penguin, made a break for the beach where his cigarette boat waited. His white suit blazed against the shoreline like a comet of corruption, streaking toward escape velocity. "He's heading for the boat," Eliza shouted, already sprinting after him, her ridiculous blonde wig abandoned mid-stride. Gumbo followed, kicking off his loafers as he hit the sand. "Of course he has an escape boat. Why don't the bad guys ever have an escape bicycle or an escape public bus?" Rourke reached the water's edge, leaping aboard his gleaming vessel with surprising agility for a man whose exercise regimen primarily consisted of pointing at things he wanted moved. The engines roared to life with a sound like financial malfeasance, set to horsepower. "We'll never catch him," Eliza gasped as they reached the shoreline, watching Rourke's boat begin to pull away. And that's when it happened. The moment that would become local legend, inspire 3 mediocre country songs, and eventually be commemorated with a questionably tasteful mural on the side of Jimbo's Bait and Booze. From beneath the surface of the Gulf, a massive shape rose like vengeance incarnate, 14 feet of prehistoric reptile with eyes like amber coins and a hide scarred by decades of survival. Old Scarback breached directly in front of Rourke's boat, his ancient bulk creating a wall of scaled flesh that the vessel couldn't avoid. The collision sent Rourke tumbling overboard in a flailing pinwheel of white linen and profanity. He surfaced, spluttering, to find himself face to snout with Florida's most notorious alligator. For a heartbeat, man and reptile regarded each other with mutual antipathy, nature and human greed in perfect tableau. Old Scarback, apparently deciding that Rourke wasn't worth the digestive distress, simply nudged the developer back toward shore with a gentle push of his armored head before submerging once more, leaving only ripples to prove he had ever existed. As federal agents waded into the knee-deep water to apprehend the bedraggled Rourke, Gumbo turned to Eliza with the dazed expression of someone whose reality had taken a sharp left turn into the surreal. "Did you just see?" "I did," she confirmed, already scribbling notes. "But no one's going to believe it." "In Florida," Gumbo said, watching as agents led away a procession of handcuffed officials, "the unbelievable is just Tuesday with better lighting." Chapter 29. The aftermath of the Sandcastle Resort groundbreaking ceremony resembled a Hieronymus Bosch painting reimagined by a Florida tourism board. Chaos with exceptional humidity. Federal agents in tactical gear mingled with social media influencers, still clutching complimentary mimosas. A handcuffed developer in a $3,000 suit argued with his attorney next to a man in a pelican mascot costume who couldn't remove his head because it had been tagged as evidence. Gumbo watched from the relative sanctuary of a pop-up tiki bar that had somehow survived the mayhem. His linen shirt bore the battle scars of the day, sweat stains, a splash of champagne, and something suspiciously like alligator saliva on one cuff. "You look like hell warmed over then left out in the sun," Ellie observed, sliding onto the barstool beside him. She somehow maintained an air of corporate precision despite the day's events, her only concession to disorder being a single strand of auburn hair that had escaped its clip. "Funny, I was going for ruggedly disheveled," Gumbo replied, signaling the bartender who was methodically destroying evidence by drinking it. "At least I'm not wearing handcuffs. That's a win in my book." Across the decimated lawn, Rourke was being escorted to a waiting vehicle, his usual smug composure cracked like drought-stricken marshland. The man's empire was collapsing faster than a sandcastle at high tide. Federal agents had simultaneously raided his offices, homes, and warehouses based on the evidence Gumbo and Eliza had painstakingly compiled. "I don't understand why he isn't happier," Gumbo mused. "He finally got his name in the New York Times. Granted, it's preceded by alleged racketeering kingpin, but publicity is publicity." Detective Linda Hastings approached their makeshift oasis, her practical pantsuit somehow repelling the disorder around her. "The feds are asking for you too. Apparently, you're either key witnesses or persons of interest. They haven't decided yet." "That's law enforcement for you," Gumbo sighed. "Always keeping the suspense alive." "I convinced them to give you 10 minutes, Linda continued, her expression betraying the barest hint of amusement. "I told them you needed time for your medication. Didn't specify what kind." "You're a peach, Linda," Gumbo said, raising his glass in salute. "I'm a professional courtesy. Don't push it." She glanced over her shoulder. 10 minutes. Then you're explaining to a room full of agents how you acquired evidence that my department couldn't find with a search warrant and a treasure map." As Linda departed, Eliza materialized from behind a toppled ice sculpture of Rourke's face, her reporter's notebook somehow still intact despite being used earlier as an impromptu weapon against a fleeing accountant. "They've taken my phone, my laptop, and even my backup voice recorder," she announced, collapsing onto a chair with uncharacteristic inelegance. "But they can't take my biggest story yet." She tapped her temple meaningfully. Ellie eyed her with professional assessment. "You look like you're about to either break a major story or a major blood vessel." "Multitasking is my specialty," Eliza replied, accepting the water Gumbo slid toward her. "Besides, I've been waiting for this moment since I found that first environmental violation report." Her expression darkened suddenly, her triumph dimming like sunset over the gulf. "But there's something I haven't told you. Something about why this case was so personal." Gumbo felt a familiar tingle at the base of his skull, the same sensation that had preceded every major case breakthrough, and at least 2 concussions. "It wasn't just professional integrity that kept you digging, was it?" "Samuel Rourke killed my father," Eliza said, the words hanging in the humid air like thunderclouds. "Not with his hands, of course. Men like Rourke never get their manicures dirty. But he was responsible." "Your father was," Ellie prompted gently. "Dr. Martin Mercer. Environmental scientist. Whistleblower." Eliza's knuckles whitened around her glass. 10 years ago, he discovered Rourke's company was dumping chemicals in protected wetlands. 3 days after filing his report, his car went off a bridge. The official investigation called it an accident. "Jesus," Gumbo breathed. "Why didn't you tell us? Would you have believed me? Or would you have thought I was on a revenge mission masquerading as journalism?" Eliza's eyes flashed. "I needed to build the case on facts, not emotion. I needed it to be bulletproof." A federal agent in an impeccably pressed suit that defied Florida's weather laws approached their table, gesturing impatiently. "Hold that thought," Gumbo said, rising. "I think our 10 minutes of freedom are being revoked." The next 4 hours dissolved into a blur of interrogation rooms, statement-taking, and the particular brand of bureaucratic tedium that follows even the most spectacular arrests. Gumbo recounted the investigation so many times he could have performed it as a one-man show on Broadway, complete with character voices and interpretive dance portions. It was nearly midnight when they emerged from the temporary command center the FBI had established in a seafood restaurant's private dining room. The air hung heavy with impending rain and the peculiar stillness that follows chaos. "They've released my laptop but kept my phone," Eliza announced, cradling her computer like a rescued pet. "Agent Kimball wants to speak with you privately, Gumbo." "Something about artifacts." Gumbo's eyebrows shot up. "Artifacts?" "Not ancient artifacts," Trevor Blackwood interjected, appearing from behind a palm tree with the stealth of someone accustomed to eavesdropping professionally. His once immaculate appearance had deteriorated into what Gumbo mentally categorized as trust fund castaway. Expensive clothes worn beyond recognition. Archaeological artifacts. Indigenous treasures. That's what this was really about. "What are you talking about?" Ellie demanded, her accountant's precision detecting an unbalanced equation. Trevor glanced nervously over his shoulder before continuing. The resorts were just a cover. Rourke discovered that the protected coastal land contained burial mounds. Pre-Columbian artifacts worth millions on the black market. "That's absurd," Eliza scoffed. "That land has been surveyed dozens of times." "Not beneath the water table," Trevor countered. Climate change revealed what had been hidden for centuries. Rising sea levels exposed artifacts at the base of what everyone thought were natural formations. Agent Kimball approached, her expression suggesting she'd overheard more than Trevor would have preferred. "Mr. Blackwood is partially correct," she confirmed, her voice carrying the weight of federal authority. "We've recovered over 200 artifacts from Rourke's private collection, pieces that never appeared in any registry or catalog, some dating back over 1,000 years. So the environmental violations, the wildlife trafficking." Gumbo began. "All real," Kimball affirmed. "But secondary operations. The artifacts were the real prize, untraceable, priceless, and completely portable. Perfect for laundering money or storing wealth outside traditional channels." Eliza's reporter instincts visibly fired on all cylinders. "My father must have stumbled onto this. That's why they silenced him." "We found his original field notes in Rourke's safe," Kimball confirmed, "along with surveillance photos of over a dozen environmental activists, including you, Ms. Mercer." Gumbo felt the pieces clicking into place like tumblers in a lock. The luxury resorts weren't just for show or money laundering. They were built directly on top of the archaeological sites, permanent concealment through concrete foundations and golf courses. "Hiding evidence under 18 holes and infinity pools," Ellie murmured, almost brilliant in its audacity. Rain began to fall, fat drops hissing as they hit the still warm pavement. In the distance, lightning illuminated the gulf in stuttering flashes, nature's own camera capturing the end of Rourke's empire. As they stood there, a mismatched assembly of investigators, reporters, and reformed accomplices, Gumbo realized they'd uncovered something far beyond environmental crimes. They'd exposed a desecration of history itself, a theft not just from regulations but from cultural heritage. The rain intensified, washing away the last traces of the fraudulent groundbreaking ceremony, and perhaps beginning to cleanse the corruption that had taken root in the sandy soil of what should have been protected land. "Your father would be proud," Gumbo told Eliza quietly. Her smile contained equal parts vindication and grief. "He always said the truth rises, no matter how much concrete you pour on top of it." Lightning cracked again, closer this time, as if nature itself was applauding the downfall of those who had sought to exploit it for so long. Chapter 30. The stilt houseboat rocked gently in the Gulf breeze, its newly repaired floorboards no longer threatening to send visitors on an impromptu swimming expedition. Gumbo Malone lounged in a deck chair that had survived 3 hurricanes and one particularly enthusiastic conga line from last year's solved case celebration. His bare feet were propped on the railing, a sweating glass of rum balanced on his stomach, rising and falling with each breath like a maritime buoy. The front page of the Cedar Key Chronicle lay spread across his lap, Eliza Mercer's byline in bold print above the headline, Operation Sandcastle exposed, developer's empire built on corruption, smuggling, and archaeological theft. Not bad for a woman who was almost gator food 3 weeks ago, he murmured appreciatively, taking a sip of rum that carried hints of vanilla, molasses, and questionable import duties. Below deck, the phone rang with the persistence of a bill collector who knew you were home. Gumbo ignored it for 6 rings before curiosity overcame laziness. Malone and Hightower Investigations, he answered, the new agency name still feeling novel on his tongue. We find what you lose unless it's on purpose, in which case we'll find it anyway and judge you silently. Charming customer service, Ellie's voice replied, warm with amusement. I can see why our client list is expanding exponentially. People appreciate honesty in advertising, Gumbo countered, shifting the phone to his other ear as he navigated the narrow stairs back to his deck chair. Besides, our reputation speaks for itself now. The Sandcastle takedown made us the hottest pie firm in 3 counties. 2.5 counties, Ellie corrected. Sheriff Bronson in Dixie County still thinks you're a troublemaking swamp hooligan with delusions of adequacy. His words, not mine. He's just bitter because I caught his deputy accepting bribes in exchange for fishing permits. Gumbo reclaimed his deck chair, careful not to spill his rum. And delusions of adequacy is practically a compliment compared to his usual vocabulary. The sunset painted the Gulf waters in shades of orange and pink that no reasonable person would believe if depicted in a painting. Old Scarback, the legendary alligator that had somehow become Gumbo's unofficial reptilian sidekick, floated nearby like a prehistoric pool toy, his ancient eyes occasionally blinking in what might have been affection or digestive discomfort. Have you seen the latest? Ellie asked. Section 3, page 2. Gumbo rustled through the newspaper until he found a smaller headline. Federal task force uncovers nationwide network of archaeological looting connected to Sandcastle operation. Well, he mused. Looks like Rourke's grave just keeps getting deeper. Metaphorically speaking, of course. Though I imagine his fellow inmates aren't exactly showering him with affection. The FBI is saying it's the largest illegal antiquities operation they've uncovered in the Southeast, Ellie continued. Those artifacts he was smuggling from the indigenous sites. Some dated back thousands of years. Apparently, European collectors were paying millions. All that money and he still couldn't buy taste, Gumbo observed, recalling Rourke's swimming pool shaped like Florida. Or a decent architect. A pelican landed on the railing with the grace of a drunk falling off a bar stool, regarded Gumbo with suspicion, then proceeded to groom itself with theatrical dignity. By the way, Ellie said, a smile evident in her voice, Detective Linda called. She said the mayor's wife has agreed to testify about the blackmail. Apparently, Rourke had photos of his honor in a rather compromising position with someone's emotional support peacock. This state, Gumbo sighed, shaking his head. The Florida Department of Tourism should just change our slogan to Florida, where reality takes a permanent vacation. The setting sun cast long shadows across the deck as Gumbo flipped to Eliza's full exposé. The 6-page spread detailed everything: the environmental violations, the smuggling operation, the money laundering, and finally, the connection to her father's death years earlier. Rourke had silenced the elder Mercer when he'd stumbled upon the initial stages of Operation Sandcastle, a fact that gave Eliza's triumph a bittersweet edge. Old Scarback suddenly submerged with unexpected energy, creating concentric ripples that expanded outward until they disappeared against the stilts of neighboring houses. So, Ellie's voice turned businesslike about this new potential client. The theme park case. Ah yes, the mysteriously vanishing night watchman at Gator World Adventure Park, Gumbo recalled. The one who claimed he saw the animatronic pirates coming to life and holding rum-fueled parties after closing. That's the one. Though the park manager is more concerned about the missing cash register receipts than paranormal pirate activities. Could be interesting, Gumbo mused, watching a boat pass in the distance, its navigation lights blinking like earthbound stars. Though I draw the line at working undercover as Captain Hook again. That parrot had unreasonable personal space expectations. No costume requirements this time, Ellie promised. Just standard surveillance and financial forensics. My specialty. Our specialty, Gumbo corrected, warmth spreading through his chest that had nothing to do with the rum. Malone and Hightower, remember? Though I'm still lobbying for Gumbo and the Number Cruncher as our superhero alternate identity. Keep dreaming, Swamp Boy. The phone call ended with plans for dinner and case strategy, leaving Gumbo to contemplate the newspaper once more. The smaller stories surrounding Eliza's exposé told of ecological recovery efforts beginning in the areas Rourke had damaged, of federal protection being extended to the archaeological sites, of a community coming together to heal wounds they hadn't fully realized they bore. A gust of wind turned the page, revealing a small item at the bottom corner that made Gumbo snort rum through his nose. Florida man claims mermaids stole his lottery tickets, demands underwater investigation. And the cycle begins anew, he murmured, folding the paper, as the last sliver of sun disappeared beneath the horizon. Old Scarback resurfaced with what appeared to be a barnacle-encrusted watch in his jaws, dropping it on the dock beside Gumbo's boat with a clatter before submerging again. Gumbo leaned over to examine the find, a luxury timepiece with an inscription still faintly visible despite years underwater, to S.R. Time waits for no man, but money buys patience. S.R., Gumbo whispered. Samuel Rourke. He turned the watch over, finding a hidden compartment in the back containing a micro SD card sealed in waterproof material. The phone rang again. This time, Gumbo answered immediately. Ellie, he said without preamble, remember how we thought the Sandcastle case was closed? Don't tell me, she groaned. Another complication. Old Scarback just delivered what I strongly suspect is Rourke's lost backup drive. The one the FBI's been searching for. That alligator has better timing than most human witnesses, Ellie observed. Think it contains the full client list? Only one way to find out. Gumbo carefully pocketed the micro SD card. Looks like this next edition of the story just got an unexpected epilogue. In the distance, thunder rumbled, not a storm warning but rather nature's dramatic punctuation. The nearly full moon emerged from behind passing clouds, illuminating the deck where Gumbo now stood, contemplating new horizons and fresh mysteries. Malone and Hightower investigations, he murmured to the night air. Never a dull moment, never a simple answer, and never ever a normal day in paradise. A pelican swooped by, dropping a business card that fluttered onto the deck. Gumbo picked it up, squinting in the moonlight to read the embossed text. Looking for missing mermaids and stolen lottery tickets. Underwater investigations, our specialty. Gumbo tucked the card into his pocket, alongside the micro SD card. Tomorrow would bring new cases, new troubles, and new absurdities. Just another day in the life of Cedar Key's most reluctant detective. The end. Ready for more weird Florida? Check out High Tide Homicide. And don't miss Good and Gone.